All right, thank you, Tori.
Okay, we are recording. Madam Chair, the meeting is yours.
All right. Good evening. I now call the January 26, 2021 remote meeting of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Board of Education to order. All board members are participating by simultaneous communication. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Yes. This is Yvette Blakeney, clerk to the board. Board members, as I call your name, please say present. Board member Rhonda Cheek.
Ron Cheek is present.
Board member Dr. Ruby Jones.
Unmute.
Present.
Board member Carol Sawyer.
Present.
Board member Margaret Marshall.
Present.
Board member Sean Strain.
Present.
Board member Lenora Shipp.
Present, Lenore Shipp.
Board member Jennifer Delahara.
Present.
Board vice chair Thelma Byers Bailey.
Thelma Byers Bailey is present, but having some difficulties, so I'm off camera this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Board chair Elise Dashew.
Present.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum with 9 members present.
Thank you. And before I move to adopt the agenda, just a quick note on, we have been asked by on behalf of our deaf and hard of hearing constituents to identify ourselves clearly whenever we begin speaking. So I'll be saying like, this is Elise Dashew, or as you heard, the clerk to the board identify herself before she began speaking. And so that's just to make our sign language interpreters job more clear. And you'll also see a yellow screen highlighting our box when we're speaking on Zoom. I will now entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved. Second.
Okay, we've got a motion from Carol Sawyer, a second from Dr. Ruby Jones. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands and say yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Okay, Madam Clerk, the agenda is adopted by a unanimous vote of 9-0. Before we move forward with the agenda, we have 2 very special recognitions tonight. You could bring up a picture, Ms. Kelly. Tonight is the last board meeting for 2 longtime treasured CMS leaders, Carol Stamper, our Deputy Superintendent of Operations, and Kathy Elling, our Chief School Performance Officer. And I know we have board members who have just long-standing relationships with each of these incredible women. So a few of our board members wanted to share some thoughts with you before we move on with the meeting. So if anybody, you could go back and they did get our traditional I Am CMS poster in a previous little get together with staff. Typically, you know, we're just doing everything a little bit differently because we're in this pandemic. But anyways, board members, now's the time to share your farewell messages. I see Dr. Jones and then Lenora Shipp. So Dr. Jones.
Okay. This is to both Carol and Kathy. I want to say thank you for your service to CMS. And personally, I want to say thank you to both of you for the pleasant and cooperative manner you've always displayed in working with me to understand the vastness and intricacies of running a large public business entity. Oftentimes, the public doesn't realize the complexities required to go about serving 148,000 students. You do. You have served well. You may be a little ambivalent about what's next. I've been there, but let me say to you, from experience, you will enjoy your freedom. Much luck, much success, and great things are ahead.
Ms. Ship?
I want to say that you are so deserving, both of you, of this moment. I hope that you will enjoy retirement. Welcome to the club, as I did. I want to thank you for all you have done to make a difference in the lives of our students. Your work with our teachers, our students, the community has been tremendous. I want to thank you both because I had a wonderful opportunity to know you as a colleague, working next to you, for example, Kathy, the principal meetings and all that we did, and even sharing a staff member from our schools. So we have had just a long-standing relationship, and I have enjoyed all of it and the work that you did that at the principal level and then all the way up to where you are now. And I had opportunity to see you as a learning community soup as well, and the work that you were doing. So I want to thank you. And Carol Stamper, I can't say enough about transportation, the challenges we faced, and you were always spot on to support me in every school. And we know the challenges of make sure no child gets lost on the first day of school from transportation. So I thank you for all that you have done. It is such an exciting time. You all, the opportunities, this is just chapter 1, maybe it's chapter 2, maybe you're writing chapter 3. Enjoy your new journey. This is just the beginning with endless possibilities for what you will do. And thank you for your greatness.
Ms. Cheek, Ms. Rhonda Cheek?
Hi, thank you. This is Rhonda Cheek. So I actually know Kathy Elling as a parent of twins that were the same age as my daughter going through elementary school together more than I actually knew her as a staff member. I grew to know her as a staff member when I got on the board. But we shared a lot of interesting times together with when you were at David Cox and the boys, your twins were at David Cox and my daughter. A lot of fun and adventures there. And we've kept up with each other and our kids and shared those memories now as they're, gosh, they're almost 30 years old, which is hard to imagine because they all started kindergarten together. So I wish you all the best. I know that you have amazing things ahead of you with your family. Miss Stamper, gosh, we just, I think, started talking to each other back around 2002 and 3 when you were doing transportation, and I was trying to figure out how we could get buses into bus lots up in the north part of the county where we didn't have room for them. And that's where we kind of started our relationship working together. So I wish you all the best. I've so enjoyed working with you. It's always a pleasure to have such women of integrity in leadership positions, and I appreciate you both so much. So thank you very much.
Ms. Marshall?
Thank you. This is Margaret Marshall speaking. I think it's worth noting that both of these fine folks started out in positions pretty young in the school system and said yes to the next challenge and the next challenge and the next challenge. So they were great at what they did. They took it very seriously and then grew every time that the opportunity was given, and have just done, have all those pieces of their careers, I think, have made them so effective in what they do now. And for Miss Elling, I've always thought you had such empathy for students, but you had such efficiency, can move things along. And I've just always appreciated your directness, but your calm coolness in making sure great things happen for students and for staff. And Miss Carol Stamper, I mean, like, no one has the institutional knowledge that you do. I mean, you know, some people say they know where the bones are buried, but you know where every pipe and all the spare bus parts are buried. So that's going to take a long time for people to figure all that out. But I know you've prepared your staff very well for what's to come. And I think that integrity has been mentioned, and your just love for the folks that you have worked with and wanting to see them succeed and always thinking about how to further their careers and in turn, making sure that students and staff are taken care of. So thank you both for everything you've done.
I know Ms. Byers, oh, okay, Ms. De La Hara?
Hi, this is Jennifer De La Hara speaking. I'd like to be able to say it only seems like yesterday that it was January of last year that I came in for my orientation, where all of the top leadership sat down and gave us the run through for me and Miss Ship. Of course, she knew so much more than I, being a former principal herself, but it actually seems like 2 or 3 years, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just, it's just reflective of the year of COVID that we have had. And so I feel like I got to know you faster, if you will, and better. And I say that to say that I appreciate just both of your professionalism, your always willingness to respond, to help guide me along when there were questions I didn't know the answers to and needed that institutional knowledge that Ms. Marshall just spoke of. So I wish you both all the best. You will be deeply, deeply missed. And I thank you for your dedication and commitment to the students and to the institution. Thank you so much.
Ms. Byers-Bailey.
Thank you. This is Thelma Byers-Bailey. Carol, I first really got to know you when you decided to invite the Facilities and Operations Committee to come out to the Transportation Department, and you let us see the buses up on the racks, watch you explain how you do your scheduling. It was a really eye-opening meeting for me. To understand begin to understand the complexities of all the transportation. And then you went from there on to just managing all of us. It has been a pleasure to try to comprehend a little bit of all the institutional knowledge that you have. Kathy, you and I have not had as deep a relationship, but I have always enjoyed listening to you share the information that you have as well. I'd like to say to both of you, I hope you don't do as I did and flunk retirement. I want you to go out and enjoy yourselves, put your feet up before you decide what you want to do next. But all the best to both of you.
All right, anybody else? I know the superintendent has some thoughts to share as well, but before I hand it over to him, I'll just say that, you know, in a way, just in my 5 years on the board and then my years as a parent beforehand and as an advocate, I've just come to think of both of you as family members. I also think of you as warriors. And I want to bring light to that. I think sometimes in this work, you have to be a warrior. And I just thank you. I think many people today have brought up the word integrity. That's the number one word that comes to mind when I think of both of you, as well as valiance and courage. And I know from personal experience that you've each poured your whole heart and your whole soul into the work. And I mean, I think you've got 67 years combined of service to the district. Hundreds of thousands of students and employees are better off because of your hard work. And I just can't say thank you enough. And so with that, I will hand it off to you, Mr. Superintendent.
Good evening, Ernest Winston speaking. And good evening again, Madam Chair and board members. I would simply like to echo some of the thoughts that were shared by many of you regarding both Carol and Kathy. To say that our district has big shoes to fill, I believe is an understatement. These two individuals, these two ladies, are first and foremost professionals who, as long as I have known them, have always put students, families, and staff members first. And so I want to take this opportunity to wish them the best as they begin their respective retirements and pursue interests outside of CMS. We also, and I speak on behalf of our entire team in the district, we want to wish them the best. We also wish their families the best, who will now likely get an opportunity to enjoy spending some, I'm sure, much needed time together, more than they have during the years of all of their dedicated service, the long days, nights, and weeks, including weekends. And so I simply want to say thank you, Carol. Thank you, Kathy. You all both deserve the best that life has to offer, and you need to know that we will miss you greatly, and I want to wish both of you the best of luck.
All right, and with that, we will move on with our first item tonight in our board meeting, which is the annual financial report for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2020. I will turn to the superintendent to introduce this report.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. We will have this evening representatives from Dixon Goodman Hughes, who will be joining us to present the results of our 2020 financial audit. We're pleased to report that the district finances received a positive review with no cause for concern raised. And that's an expectation that we have, but I want to note that in a year when responses to the pandemic changed so many things that we have done in the district, this is even a more significant accomplishment. I know that we have our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Shirley, with us as well. And before we introduce our guests, Ms. Shirley, are there anything, remarks that you would like to add?
Good evening, this is Sheila Shirley. I am just going to quickly turn it over to our external audit partner, April Bell, and she's going to introduce the report and share the presentation with our audit manager, Tyler Beatty, and they will be sharing the results of the audit and acknowledging that the opinion, our unqualified or clean opinion, is included in the comprehensive annual financial report. We are a little delayed about presenting this for a number of reasons outside of our control, and they'll speak to that as they go through the report. So, but we are delighted to make this presentation tonight, and obviously very pleased with the outcome. So April, if you would begin presenting, thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Sheila. I am April Bell, and I'm an audit partner with Dixon Hughes Goodman. I sit in the Winston-Salem, North Carolina office of DHG, and I have the pleasure of working with school systems across the state of North Carolina. It is a pleasure to be with you tonight to present the results of your June 30, 2020 audit. You'll remember from years past, typically we're with you in November. This year, because of COVID, and the delay in the compliance supplements from the OMB, we were not able to finish the audit until January of this year. So we are pleased to present the results of the audit with you tonight. I'm going to pass it to Tyler Beatty, and Tyler is going to walk you through the presentation that we have prepared for you this evening.
Thanks, April. As April mentioned, we're happy to be with you all tonight. My name is Tyler Beatty, and I'm an assurance manager with Dixon Hughes Goodman. Before we get started in the material, I'd like to first thank Sheila and the finance team for the assistance they provided during this year's audit. This year has presented many challenges to the audit process, and the finance team has done an excellent job of working through these issues to help us complete our testing in a timely manner. The CAFR and compliance reports have been submitted to the Local Government Commission for approval, which is one of the last steps in our process. After the LGC has given their approval, you will be provided the bound copies of the reports. Obviously, as mentioned earlier, we're presenting a little bit later than we typically would, which is due to the COVID pandemic. Some of the COVID funding that was received by the board was required to be audited in accordance with the uniform guidance. The compliance supplement release for this COVID funding was delayed until early January. This supplement is provided by the Office of Management and Budget, and it directs auditors on the compliance steps they should consider when auditing the major program. Because of this delay, the Local Government Commission delayed audit deadlines until January 31st, 2021. Here's a quick overview of the agenda. We will start with the audit results. We'll then move in to review some financial highlights. And then lastly, we'll conclude our presentation with a review of the compliance audit. All of the hard work that everyone contributes to the audit is primarily to enable us to issue an opinion on the financial statements. On this slide, I have an excerpt of our audit opinion, which is considered an unmodified opinion. This is the opinion that you want to receive, and it gives financial statement users an indication that the information is materially accurate in the financial statements. Next, we'll move into some financial highlights. On this slide, this details where revenue is received, and it gives you a visual representation of each funding source for each of the prior 3 years. Your general and special revenue funds, which is indicated by the very left bar on the graph, increased by $46.3 million when compared to the prior year. This is primarily due to increases in county appropriations of $49.6 million. Appropriations passed through to charter schools increased $10.6 million. Salary expenditures recorded in the general fund increased $20 million. A portion of this increase is due to increased benefit costs and increase in state salary schedule expenditures. The state public school fund revenues, which is shown in the dark blue bar in the middle, is the largest funding source of the board. The funding increased slightly by $22.3 million when compared to the previous year. State public school fund allotments are based on ADM data. However, salary expenditures in the state public school fund increased by approximately $26 million due to changes in ADM, as well as in the aforementioned increases in the retirement rate and state salary schedules. Lastly, federal funding, shown in the light blue bar on the very right of the graph, increased around $2.8 million. This increase is primarily due to the increase in the Title I program of $3.2 million. The schedule of federal and state awards, which details all of funds received under state and federal programs, will be comprised in our compliance report. This slide gives you a good visual representation of where monies are being spent each year. You'll notice that the board spent around 76.3% on instructional services and 20% on operational services. The increase in charter school funding is due to the increase in local appropriations, which must be shared with charter schools. As auditors, we would expect consistency from year to year in this allocation, with the greatest proportion possible being allocated to instructional services, which is the very left bar. Obviously, as you can see, this slide indicates consistency. Also, it's important to note that this slide is calculated using the standard Department of Public Instruction chart of accounts. The other bar, which is comprised of the 6,000 purpose codes and is the middle bar, includes district-wide support services, but it also includes support services such as transportation and maintenance services that are incurred at each individual school. This next slide details the fund balance for the current year and the prior 2 years for the general and special revenue funds. Combined fund balance increased $20.3 million. However, $10 million of this $20 million increase is related to the reserve for your increases in general fund encumbrances. The special revenue fund also had an increase in fund balance of $8.2 million, but the entire portion is assigned for special programs in subsequent years. On the very right of each graph, you'll notice that the unassigned fund balance decreased this year, and the decrease is primarily due to the aforementioned restrictions, plus an additional $4.1 million of appropriated fund balance. $2.5 million of the $4.1 million fund appropriation is due to technology expenditures expected to be incurred by the general fund in fiscal year 2021 that was a result of a decrease in state allocations for technology. Next, this slide gives you a percentage representation of fund balance as a percentage of expenditures. Fund balance available for appropriation, which is your very left bar, when converted to days, represents 8.4 days of operating expenditures, and in the unassigned fund balance represents 4.4 days. We always recommend for the board to take a pointed approach when there's a decision to utilize fund balance. Our general recommendation is that fund balance should not be used to pay for recurring expenditures, and a plan should be put in place to build it back up when spent. Also, it should be noted there is no state mandated thresholds for fund balance. Lastly, here's a snapshot of the School Food Service Fund. As you'll notice, cash has decreased $5.5 million when compared to the prior year, which is primarily due to additional expenditures incurred during the COVID pandemic. The liabilities presented are significantly comprised of the net pension and the net OPEB liabilities. Revenues decreased $7.7 million, while expenditures decreased $1.8 million. The decrease in revenues was a direct result of the COVID pandemic and the school closures that occurred. Food costs decreased $3.1 million because of the COVID closures, as well as additional funding from the CARES Act that was able to be used for certain food costs after the pandemic started. The increase in personnel costs of $1.5 million is primarily related to three items. The first being CARES Act funding was able to be utilized for certain child nutrition personnel costs during the pandemic, which would obviously result in a decrease in costs for the School Food Service Fund. The second being pension and OPEB adjustments affecting personnel costs, which increased this line item $1 million in fiscal year 2020. And last, approximately $3 million of personnel costs were incurred by the School Food Service Fund to supplement employees during the pandemic that were unable to work. As noted previously, in addition to our financial statement audit, we also conduct a compliance audit over federal and state programs which are deemed to be major. The criteria for determining a major program is set by auditing standards and is based upon various testing and coverage thresholds. Based on our analysis, we noted three major federal programs which were required to be audited. These were the Title I grants, student support and academic enrichment, and the Coronavirus Relief Fund. We have no reportable findings as a result of our testing of these programs. We also noted two state programs that were deemed to be major and required to be audited. These were the State Public School Fund, which comprises over 90% of your state funding in each year and is required to be audited every year, as well as the state COVID-19 supplemental funds. Once again, we're happy to report we have no reportable findings as a result of these programs. And that's all we have, so we'll open it up to questions for the board.
And we turn off screen sharing so I could see everybody. Thank you. Okay, board members, do we have any questions, particularly audit committee members? Do you have any questions or comments? Ms. Margaret Marshall?
Thank you, Ms. Dashu. Margaret Marshall speaking. A couple things. First, I want to make a comment to just reiterate what Superintendent Winston said, that the guidance on how we were to spend the money in our budget, because we are still under us, I guess, sort of a continuing resolution from our State General Assembly, because not a new budget was not passed this year. So we're still operating and trying to make things work from a budget that's about 2 years old. So that's difficult to start with. And then you have a pandemic where you had changing guidance probably every 2 to 3 months in terms of the funding that came and how you could spend it and what could spend it on. And our staff just did an amazing job of complying and then making that funding just run as hard as it could. So I really appreciate them. Just 2 things I wanted to highlight. Fund balance is one of those things. And typically in the financial world, you don't want to touch that unless you have to. But I think we all understand that this year is a have to time. So we had some tech expenditures that I want to make sure, Ms. Shirley, those are one-time expenditures. Is that correct?
Hi, this is Sheila Shirley speaking. You may recall when we adopted our budget, as is typical with many of our years, we will identify resources that may need to be appropriated for the subsequent year expenditures. And this year's budget includes 4.1 million. 2.5 million of that is for technology resources. We do anticipate and are hopeful that it will be one time, but you may recall it was a result of a late change in the state funding for technology. And so we needed to keep that budget whole for this year, particularly given the fact that we were in a pandemic and needing to make significant purchases of devices for remote learning.
Okay. So thank you. I appreciate that. Food service has had probably one of the most unusual years has had the most unusual year it's ever had, not one of, it is the. And so running a loss in our food service account is something we don't normally see, or if it is, it may be be small, but this year was obviously very different. So we had CARES money that was in that account, and that's what we would call an enterprise account. That's run separate. Those books are separate from the running of the school system. We have an enterprise account here is the food service and the after school program. But we had CARES money in that food service enterprise fund, but that still did not cover all our losses. So the district will need to absorb those losses, correct? And I would assume they can they be used can that be used, loss be covered by CARES money that we have still remaining in the district?
So we're fortunate enough that in the Child Nutrition Fund or School Nutrition Fund, which as you mentioned is an enterprise fund, we actually have retained earnings that was available to cover the loss. You are correct that we did receive some COVID-related funding to help support the child nutrition needs, particularly with meal continuity during this pandemic. But we utilized about 3 million of that in the fiscal year that ended June 30th of 20, and had about 3.7 million to carry forward into this year to address the same type of expenditures.
Okay.
At this time, they're able to cover their losses.
Okay. Okay, great. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. No more questions for me.
Any other questions? So I will just, I just want to say job well done to the district, to Ms. Sheila Shirley and your team, to go through, I mean, of course, it's always the expectation that we will have no findings in our independent audit, but to go through the complexity of a year like we've just been through with the pandemic, the rapid adaptations we've had to make to cover paying for emergency situations with our students and with keeping our school district going, and understanding all the guidelines that came along with the COVID funding, and making sure all the money is spent appropriately. I just think it's, I'm just very reassured that we have no findings, not surprised, but very reassured. And that is certainly something recommended. And I just want to thank the auditors for your service in independently assessing this every year. And to the public, you'll be able to download this audit from the, our board docs website, which is where you can find all the materials regarding all of our board meetings. So this will be there for everyone to look through, so should you so choose. And with that, just thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman Dashu.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, so next we have our regular report on COVID readiness metrics. I turn to the superintendent for this report.
Good evening, Ernest Winston speaking. At this time, I would like to recognize Damon Willis. Damon is the manager of strategy, and he will be presenting this evening the data from our readiness dashboard for the week ending January 22nd. Mr. Willis.
Thank you. Thank you. Happy to be here, Madam Chair and board members, Mr. Superintendent. Happy to be here and share this with you all. So let's get started. Okay. So we'll begin here with our CMS dashboard metrics. And we'll start out with our public health metrics here. So looking at our public health metrics, case rate per 100,000, we're in red status with 477 cases per 100,000. This is a 16% decrease from last week, although we're still firmly in red. In terms of test positivity percentage, we're at 12.3% this week. And that's also a decrease from last week when we were at 14.3%. Now we'll move on to our district level case monitoring. So in terms of schools with positive cases, at least one positive case, we have 109 schools in red status this week, very close to the data that we saw last week at 112 schools. In terms of our schools with quarantined individuals, we are currently at less than 10 in green status. Now moving on to our school level case monitoring. First, cases within a school. We have 2 schools with over 10 positive cases. Those schools are Butler High School with 12 cases and North Mecklenburg High School with 11 cases. And this metric is over the last 14 days for context. And now segueing into our school clusters. Those 2 schools I just mentioned are part of these 3 clusters you see here in red. Butler High School, again, is one of the clusters along with North Mecklenburg High School and also Lake Wiley Elementary School as well. In terms of individuals in active quarantine, we're in green status there. Now, taking a look at our district operational metrics, as you can see, we've shifted child nutrition, transportation, and custodial staff coverage from last week from green to yellow. And our nurses, full-time nurse coverage remains in yellow as well. And finally, our school readiness metrics. In terms of instructional staff, we're in green, school facilities, infection control and PPE, and our health and safety training. We remain in green status for all these metrics. And we're in the same area we were last week for these measures. Any questions or comments here for this dashboard?
See if we could take the screen sharing off so I can see my board members. Thank you. And this is Elise Dashew speaking. Ms. Sawyer.
Sawyer. I have a question about our case reporting, specifically with student cases. I've heard mixed messages about exactly how schools are notified of a positive case within the school as it relates to contact tracing. So, for instance, when a child or adolescent is identified with a positive COVID test, when the health department calls, do they ask the person what school they attend, what sports they participate in, or what other activities they participate in?
In terms of contact tracing specifically for sporting events, in whenever we're going through the process of contact tracing, the Mecklenburg County Health Department is involved and determines whether or not they're taking a look at all of our athletes. So a prime example would be the case that we saw with our North Mecklenburg High School basketball team. The county, as well as the school district, was heavily involved in identifying cases, and then the county determines whether or not we have a specific cluster at those locations. But Kathy, would you like to add any further context?
This is Carol Sawyer again. My question, when I'm asking if a random child shows up with a positive test, are we completely reliant on parents to self-report to the school, or does the health department call every positive case and ask what their contacts were, what sports they attend, sports teams they participate in, whether they're club or attend a private school or a public school or attend a church service? Does that happen with every case? And do they find out what school students attend and come back to us? Or are we really relying on voluntary reporting to the school?
Carol, this is Kathy Elling, I apologize. I can speak to our side of the house, which is we rely on both the guardians or parents of students who test positive and the health department. And we very often are in the know a little sooner than the health department, and we ask those questions. Our ADs, our athletic directors, have kept really copious notes of who's on the field with whom. Field's probably not a good example because they're not playing field sports at this time, but they know who's practiced with whom and who the close contacts are. And the health department is doing all of their investigative work as they would typically do. So I guess if you have specific questions about how the health department follows cases, I need someone to talk to you about that, because I'm pretty confident about our side and that's all I can speak to. And I feel like that's what we're responsible for.
Well, but what I'm hearing is, things are safe. There are no cases at these private schools. There are no cases in other parts of the county, but it's not clear to me that the health department, when they call someone who tests positive, collects specific information about, not only that it's a student, but what school they attend or what church they attend or what club sports they play.
Mhm. I am confident in answering that part of the question. Club sports aside, I know that they inquire about when positive, who was around you when you were positive, what school you attend, because we have had positive cases in private schools. I'm privy to that information and talking with our health partners. We've had incidences where they've had to close wings of schools, grade levels of schools. So there are positive cases happening in school.
But there's still a sort of discrepancy between the number of positive cases of youth reported, which is on the health department website, which is much higher than schools reporting. So there seems to be some positive cases that aren't attached anywhere.
Very possibly. I can't speak to that. I will tell you that I know that we report all of our cases, and our case count is specifically related to Mecklenburg County public schools. And there are cases of student public school, or not public school students, school students, whether they attend private or parochial, that would be caught up in that number of students in that age bracket that are not attributed to us. In fact, we got an inquiry that the case number for students identified in Mecklenburg County was higher than what that we were reporting as CMS. And that makes total sense to me because we're reporting cases that relate specifically to our schools. Mecklenburg County Health Department reports all cases within that identified age range. So there's many more cases happening that are attributable to our schools.
I would very much appreciate, this is Carol Sawyer speaking, I would very much appreciate getting the script or the questions that the health department uses to interview positive cases. I presume there's some sort of standard questions that they ask to identify, because I've heard of cases where they're not asking what school or what church, so I'm really concerned.
As your staff member for another 3 days, and as I've trained our staff members, we are absolutely asking, who are you, where are you, when were you, and who were you around? So I know that to be absolutely true on our side.
Yeah, but that's relying on a parent to come to you and say, we have a family member, or the health,
Or the health department.
Thank you.
Ms. Marshall.
Just to finish up that line of questioning, just a minute. I have heard too this very large discrepancy in what the health department is reporting on their reports and what we have. And I think just again, it just always bears clarification. We're not including students in I think it's a 43,000 number. Those are K-8 students, pre-K-8 students that have been in our buildings. So those are not high school students or 6-8 middle school. Is that correct?
Athletes.
Well, I haven't finished yet. I just want to get that first part.
Hey, I'm sorry, Margaret. Can you say that again?
There's several. I want that 43,000 number. I want to talk about what is in that. And I know that pre-K-8 that have walked into our schools are there, not including high school, not including middle schools. But so is that, if I got that right?
We are, as noted on that at a glance, we have captured all students for whom we have previously provided in-person instruction. Okay. So that is correct.
And we've also added our high school athletes. Were reporting their cases, but they're not in that 43,000 number. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Okay. And also students that are fully remote, we are not capturing their data since they're not walking into buildings, correct?
That is correct. And the rationale is that our thinking was to create a dashboard that tracked the potential impact of the COVID virus on schools and our ability to provide in-person learning.
Okay. And so to my mind, that means athletes that are that have been practicing, that have been caught up in CMS athletics during the fall and now, and they would be included there in terms of their case reporting. Okay, that's great. And let me ask you this: clusters. I know that clusters, when they are identified, they stay on the Mecklenburg County Health Report, I believe, for 4 weeks. Is that correct?
That is correct, 28 days.
Are we going to, when we've had clusters, do they stay on our reporting for that long, or is that just a 2-week time frame because we sort of typically report in 14 days?
It's also 28 days for us. The goal is to stay in lockstep with county reporting for that metric specifically.
Okay. And so I think too, it's important to note that those, particularly those those high school teams that you just mentioned, those positives could have come several weeks now. They didn't just happen this week. They've happened. They've been on the report, or it takes a while to trace them. So am I correct in that assumption too?
Let us reiterate that student athletes or students, period, who are identified as positive, all the protocols around case tracing and quarantining are in place several days, maybe a week ahead of Mecklenburg County Health Department and the epidemiology team figuring out that those cases are actually related. There's an epidemiological connection that has to be made in order for that to be considered a cluster. And so you're right, we've done our part, and they're just coming in on the second part saying, oh, by the way, these cases that you have reported are in fact connected.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Cheek and then Ms. Ship.
So I want to just talk for a minute about two things. One is the data. So that's great. We had, I forget the number, but we dropped from 14.3 to 12.3 positivity rate. Even more significant is 2 weeks ago when we met, the night that the health department director made a directive to shut things down, basically, it was over 16%. So it's come down about 4% in 2 weeks, right? So that's a great trend. We don't track some of the other metrics that I see on a daily basis in healthcare, but hospitalization rates statewide are down almost about 650. In Mecklenburg County, we're down pretty considerably to a lot lower percentage of COVID patients in the hospitals and in the ICU. So I think all the numbers are looking better. So I love to see the metrics. It's definitely improved. I know we're still in the red, but boy, we're not nearly as deep red as we were. I think we were as deep red as Alabama a couple weeks ago, and it's lightened up a little bit. Go Tide. I'm not a Tide fan, but I have to say that. So the other thing I have an issue with, I get a lot of people messaging me about lots of things. And one of the biggies is what Ms. Sawyer mentioned is contact tracing. One of the other things, so I'm having a lot of people tell me that while CMS is doing this, I know more people in the last 2 weeks that have had COVID or just recently recovered from COVID, adults, I'm not talking about kids, some of them were kids, that I'm asking them, well, what was the process like when you were diagnosed? What did the county do? They didn't get asked anything. Like, they got asked nothing. They didn't get asked where they went to church. They didn't get asked, where do you think it might have, when was your most likely exposure? Where did you go the last 2 weeks? They're not getting those questions. This is not on us. This is on the health department. So that's a concern. And I've also heard anecdotally from a lot of people in the schools that a parent might test positive, but that doesn't necessarily trigger a notice to us, even though technically it should trigger a notice to us that a child should be quarantined or isolated and not allowed to come to school. Is that correct?
It absolutely triggers a notice to the school that the child should be quarantined, but they're not a positive case. So we're tracking positive cases attached to, we're tracking quarantines and positive cases attached to actual school cases. Is that
okay? So the quarantine would not be on our quarantine list, but the child should not be coming to school. And
correct?
it's really a personal accountability thing that we need
Yeah.
families to understand.
Yeah.
If anybody in your family tests positive, you all need to stay home. I had a patient that did this, and honestly, I asked him, I tried to call him and he answered me, and he was in a grocery store. I said, why are you out in a grocery store? You tested positive for COVID 3 days ago. So it is really about that. So I think that that's some of the concerns. I don't want to speak for Ms. Sawyer, but I think these are some of the concerns that we have that are going on in the community that are outside of our control, but they are impactful to us. They're incredibly impactful to us. So I just want that to kind of be, I'm going to have more to say later about other things, but I am very encouraged by the downward trend in all the data, back down 4% in 2 weeks in positivity. Hospitalizations and demand on area and in the state and the region are down. I just have some real concerns about whether, because we do have so many cases right now, whether our public health department is truly asking the right questions to people. We can be 100% on, and Mr. Willis and Ms. Elling, I think you guys have trained everybody and they're doing that. I think we're having some letdown by our county health department. And I don't want to give them too much grief because right now they are burdened with also trying to vaccinate as many people as humanly possible, as fast as possible. And I'm proud to say I got my vaccine today. So proud and so happy and so relieved that I got my vaccine today. But so I don't want to overdo it to criticize them, but at the same time, that is their domain. And I do think it's falling between the cracks. And that's all for now.
Ms. Shipp?
Well, Ms. Cheek kind of said some of the things I was concerned about too, and that was basically about our families, that when a child comes to school and says, both of my parents have COVID, and they're showing up for school. And then it's up to the school to say, wait a minute, you need to go back home. So imagine, hearing that, and you may have lots of that happening, especially when they return. Because that's the situation right now with community spread being so great and at a contagious level right now. And so I think we have to really look at how we're working through that. And I have had teachers to say that children come and they've been sick. They were sick for 3 or 4 days. They didn't get any tests, but yet their parents had COVID. So they're actually in school sick, and we don't know whether they have COVID, and a lot of them are going to be asymptomatic. So I think this is something we got to continue to look at as we want to make sure that we don't have the spread in school. And then my other question is, and I know I'm one that's been advocating this forever, but since we know vaccines are taking their time coming, we really need to be looking at testing. And can we get testing done with our teachers and our students? I know teachers who are asking for it, and I think it would be good for our students. And other counties and places are doing it, and we have yet to get that in place. And I think this would be tremendous right now to try, and I want to know what we're doing in that regards to try to get this testing in place. We talk about mitigating risks, and one of the things you hear over and over again is testing, PPE, and some of these other things, but we have yet to put in place testing that I think would help. For example, in our sports, our athletics, I assume that not only were they taking temperature checks, but before they even came on the field, that they had, a parent said this to me, she thought they were going to have their children tested, and that wasn't a requirement. But they're asymptomatic, so you don't, many of them, so you don't know. They may be okay, but not. So I think we're missing the mark when we're not looking at testing as our children are interacting with each other. And I think that's just a big issue. And so, and I know, Kathy, you're going to be leaving us soon. What have we done on this regards? What are we doing? And this may be also Superintendent Winston, what are we doing in this area?
So let me close out with this. We have made available, and I feel like this is, as an employee of the school district, we have made available to the greatest extent possible where testing is available for staff. We have not mandated testing for staff. That is not a position you all have taken as a district, so as a school board. So I feel like our job is to provide access and clear a pathway. And I say that is when the vaccine gets queued up for teachers, I believe our role is to provide access, clear pathway, so they can take time to get the vaccines as quickly as the county and the state can provide them. I think that's the partnership we have to maintain. And I'll defer to the superintendent for.
Well, I agree with Ms. Elling. The one piece that I did want to add, Ms. Shipp, is the when you ask about what is staff doing, I do think it's important to highlight that on yesterday, our staff met with other members of our team, specifically our high school athletic directors, to really go over and affirm the protocols that we have in place for athletics to make sure that we're doing all we can to ensure that our student athletes are following those protocols. So we did that yesterday, and we'll do that as often as we need to do.
And I thank you for that. This is Lenore Shipp speaking. And I thank you for that because I know when we first started the flu shots, one of the things I did as an administrator is I said, look, I'm getting the flu shot. You need to follow me. So, and you're right, Ms. Ellie, that you have to remind staff over and over again, these are the things we need to do so that we'll be safe and that we'll be healthy and we'll be able to be at work. So you're right. It's just this process of what can we do now? We can continue to, support recommending that, look, get the vaccine, go get tested when you need to. And I think the issue is though, our students, what do we do with for our students? But thank you all.
Anybody else? I've heard a lot tonight about, I do have one quick question about the presentation with the staffing readiness metrics for a few categories of staff that have slipped from green to yellow. Do we have any information yet as to whether that was due to quarantines, or was that a local staff members taking local leave? Because I know that we've made that a possibility for staff whose work cannot be done remotely. So was it because of that, or was it FFCRA leave, the federal leave? Do we have that? Have our HR folks been able to crunch those numbers yet? I'm just curious how that impacts our readiness to come back once we get that date.
Madam Chair, thank you for that question. We are closely monitoring the operational data that you just mentioned. We have, again, as you just mentioned, we've seen an increase in the pending leave applications in some areas, and that includes for FFCRA leave and other leave types such as FMLA. We are continuing to review this information to determine whether or not the employees who have applied for the leave meet the eligibility criteria and what specific relief that they are requesting. So we continue to monitor that. We're reviewing the leave applications, but the FFCRA and the FMLA are two of the leave types that we're seeing staff take advantage of.
More so than the local leave?
Yeah, well, okay, so a maximum as it relates to the local leave, so there are a maximum of 80 hours of paid leave available for employees under the FFCRA, and some employees, who've applied for that leave may have exhausted some or all of that leave and may ultimately exhaust the full allotment of leave prior to the date students return. But once the leave applications are processed, our human resources staff works with our operational leads to determine the extent of the impact. Because I know we're looking at the staff readiness metrics and we're seeing yellow. So that's something that we do continue to monitor.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Oh, Ms. Cheek, I see your hand.
Yes, ma'am. This is Rhonda Cheek. So, Mr. Winston, I just wanted to bring up one thing to you. When I was talking earlier, I neglected to bring it up at that time. We have seen a downward trend, and 2 weeks ago tonight is when Gibby Harris announced her directive to shut down parks and to ask us to go remote. And we halted and paused. We didn't just pause, we stopped our sports and extracurricular activities for our students. I think we did right by students, and we allowed them a couple of sports teams that were well into their regional and state playoffs to continue. We have a state champion at Ardrey Kell High School named Murphy Smith that won the cross-country individual men's cross-country as a result of our actions of this board on the 14th and your decision to allow those to happen. Providence is the state semifinalist in volleyball. And we had numerous other Mecklenburg County athletes that were all state runners and the teams that did well cross country. We have a group of kids right now that are hanging on by a thread. And I want to address them right now. And it's our swim and diving teams across our county. I know all my colleagues have received hundreds of emails from the parents. And I bring this up to you because, Mr. Winston, I think that consistency is what we need to do. I think that when we step away from being consistent, that we get ourselves into trouble. Ms. Harris said that she's going to release the directive or open back up the parks, I believe, sometime between the 2nd and the 5th, considering if the numbers continue to trend in the correct way, which we'll have better idea on Friday. Our swimmers and divers in Mecklenburg and CMS will literally be on the edge of competing in their regional championships. They don't have to have a conference meet. The coaches can submit the names of our swimmers and divers by the 31st, which is next Sunday, and they would still be eligible to participate in the regional meet. I don't know if everybody knows where the regional meet is, but it's in Huntersville in Mecklenburg County. And what a travesty would it be to have those regional diving and swimming meets at Huntersville Aquatic Center without Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools present at the Aquatic Center in Mecklenburg County. These kids deserve that. Our pause by the county will be over by the 5th, which is diving, and the 7th, which is swimming's regional championships. These kids have worked hard all year. They will be the only kids that do not get to participate in the event that we do not do this. So I would really like strong consideration by staff to allow these students to participate in their regional meet held here in Mecklenburg County on February 5th and 7th. And I say that with as much fervor and commitment as I can, and desire for you to make this consideration and allow the athletic directors to submit their names for these competitions by the end of the day on Sunday. And that's all. Go swim and diving, kids. Y'all are great, dedicated and committed athletes, and they're practicing now on their own. And we have yet to have any significant clusters, quarantines in the swimming and diving teams across our county. We have not had them. It's been basketball and volleyball where we've seen the most. So that's all. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could, in 5 seconds, respond to Ms. Cheek and acknowledge her heartfelt comments. What I will say is that we continue to have conversations with our partners at the Public Health Department, and we will do what's in the best interest of kids. But I do want you to know that we continue to have those conversations as recently as just a few hours ago.
Thank you. I appreciate all the consideration you're giving in this matter.
And this is Elise Dashiu. I'll just sum up before we move on to the next portion of the agenda. I heard a lot of questions tonight, and we're discussing our readiness metrics, but I've heard a lot of questions about things that are outside of the scope of our control and yet that impact our readiness. So a lot of questions about personal responsibility of family members to report when there is a case of COVID in their schools. So we're not sending athletes to practice and then having coaches find out, oh gosh, you shouldn't be here, you need to be quarantining, or sending students to schools and having schools find that out after the fact. Similarly, some concerns, sort of anecdotal concerns about the contact tracing that is done by the public health department, who have a Herculean task in front of them, and it, may even be an understaffing issue, but they've got this gigantic task to manage this pandemic in Mecklenburg County and to get millions of people vaccinated and to do all of this contact tracing. But some concerns that like a desire to understand what is the script on the county health side. What are the questions that contact tracers ask, and are we really capturing all the data that we need to capture that impacts our ability to open schools safely, and that also impacts what's going on in other schools, because we do have lots of constituents who are understandably anxious for us to get our schools open for more grade levels, saying there's not, there are no cases in private schools, or and yet sometimes there's anecdotal evidence to the contrary. So there's a question of, is everything getting reported that's actually out there? So it has led to a sense of angst in the greater community that I think we're picking up on as board members from our constituents, and that's what leads to these questions. So again, it's beyond, it's out of our lane, but it intersects with our lane. So I think that's the theme tonight. So thank you very much. That might have been your swan song, Ms. Elling, and I know we're in great hands with Damon Willis, who has been, behind the scenes supporting you for a long time here. So I'm sure it will be a smooth transition, but thank you so much. What a year to go out on. All right. So with that, the next item is in the agenda is our consent agenda. Is there a motion that the board approve the consent agenda items?
So moved.
A motion from Carol Sawyer. Do we have a second? Second from Lenora Shipp. Before we move to a vote, does any board member wish to pull any part of this item for individual consideration? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands and say yes.
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 Any opposed? Okay, Madam Clerk, our consent agenda is approved by unanimous vote of 9-0. Okay, now we're going to move along to an action item. It's just our one action item tonight, which is to consider approving an additional 80 hours of local leave. So before we act on this, I'm going to turn to the superintendent to introduce this item and make a recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ernest Winston speaking. This item, our lone action item this evening, is a request for the board to approve an additional 80 hours of local emergency leave for the non-exempt staff who are unable to perform their job duties or work remotely as our schools operate in the remote learning environment. It is our intent to use the installment of the funding we're expecting this spring to actually cover this cost. And we will be able to, we did receive confirmation. Thank you, Ms. Shirley. We will be able to use these funds retroactively. That is my request, Madam Chair, board members.
Okay. Do we have any questions from board members before I turn to Dr. Ruby Jones to make the motion? Hearing none. Dr. Jones, I I turn to you.
All right. Ruby Jones speaking. Action item 5A, consider approval of an additional 80 hours of local emergency leave. Madam Chair, I move to approve the superintendent's request to add 80 hours of paid local leave for eligible employees. This leave will be in addition to the 80 hours of local leave this board previously approved at our meeting on January 14, 2021. This leave will expire on February 21, 2021.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, second from Lenora Shipp. Dr. Jones, would you like to speak to your motion?
No, I think we had clarification ahead. Okay.
Okay, before we move to a vote, any discussion from the board? Mr. Strain?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Superintendent, you are proposing that this expire, I think, the day before middle school and high school is due to return. I assume that's the linkage, but all of those folks who are slotted to return to their various roles will need to do so ahead of time. I assume all of our non-exempt staff, whether it's cafeteria workers, mechanics, bus drivers, etc., will need to report prior to that date. And so is there a reason that you've requested this expire on that date rather than the date to which you're asking staff to report?
Mr. Strain, thank you for the question. I want to make sure that I understand. You're asking, because we're asking that if approved, that it expire February 21st, which is a day before our students in our traditional middle schools, as well as our high school students return back to in-person instruction.
Right, so those are the days that students are to return, but I believe that you're asking staff to return prior to that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, so wouldn't we, this isn't about students returning, it's about staff returning. So why wouldn't you have the expiration date that of which you are asking staff to return versus that to which you're having students return? This is leave for the staff, not for the students. And so why not tie it to the date to which you're asking staff to return?
So I do think that's a good question. We talked about this as a team, as a staff. We did talk about that. We aligned that period of time. We actually aligned that to the period of time that we are slated to be in remote learning. And so, I can tell you that our staffing models actually vary across our different departments. But we tried to align it that way, but we did have a lot of discussion about when we should allow that to expire, and we landed on February the 21st. And I would invite to provide further clarity or information. Ms. Peugeot, our Chief Human Resources Officer, can probably provide some additional insight.
Thank you, Superintendent Winston. This is Christine Peugeot. Thank you, board members, for allowing me to take questions. That is correct. I mean, there were a couple of different reasons, Mr. Strain, for that date. This board, when it recommended and approved the local leave that was passed at the emergency meeting on the 14th, that date was identified as the date to apply that leave. For just simply a logistics perspective, it made sense to align to that date. Also, as the superintendent indicated, we have various staffing models at the across the different departments, and not all staff necessarily would be coming back until students report back to work. So I can assure you that we are working closely, HR is working closely with all of these operational leads to ensure that the leave is being applied conservatively and only when those staff need to use the leave. The primary purpose is for staff who do not have work available. So once we start to recall those employees, even though the expiration date is set at February 21st, they would not be eligible to take that leave once they are recalled back to work. So we have that locked down and we monitor that by working closely with those department heads. And to a point that Chair Dashew made earlier in asking about local leave, specifically that local leave that was passed at the last board meeting, in addition to the leave that is passed, that may be passed today and that is being considered, only applies to employees who do not have work. So our shift to yellow, for example, on the metrics dashboard would have nothing to do with the local leave that was passed last week and the one that is being considered this evening. So I hope that answers your question and provides some additional information as well.
Christine, I think it does, and I appreciate that the key piece of the information you've just provided is that this leave is only available to individuals who do not currently have work assigned to them. And as such, when they are recalled to work, this is not available to them to take in the absence of showing up to work for the duties they've been recalled for. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
This is Elise Dashew. Any other questions or discussion before we move to the vote? Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please call the vote?
This is Yvette Blakeney. Board Member Rhonda Cheek, how say you?
Rhonda Cheek votes yes.
Board Member Dr. Ruby Jones, how say you?
Ruby Jones votes yes.
Board Member Carol Sawyer, how say you?
Carol Sawyer, yes.
Board Member Margaret Marshall, how say you?
Margaret Marshall says yes.
Board Member Sean Strain, how say you?
John Strain, yes.
Board Member Lenora Shipp, how say you?
Lenora Shipp says yes.
Board Member Jennifer Delahara, how say you?
Jennifer Delahara says yes.
Board Vice Chair Thamma Byers Bailey, how say you?
Ms. Byers Bailey, are you there?
Yes, I am. Sorry. Yes, I vote yes.
Thank you. Board Chair Elise Dashew, how say you?
Elise Dashew, yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes by a vote of 9-0.
All right, thank you very much. So colleagues, we are now going to transition into our budget workshop session. This is some of the most important work that we are elected to do. So thank you for giving this your full attention. And we are engaging in this work more thoroughly at the early end of the process than we've done in many years. So I'm excited about the work session that we have ahead of us. And with that, I'm going to turn the floor over to the superintendent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's that time of year again. So at this time, I would like for us to turn our attention to our annual budget process. And this, as Madam Chair mentioned, will be slightly different from previous years. This year, we're going to participate in a process during which our staff members will make recommendations and invite questions from board members and invite your input prior to the next round of budget presentations that we will be making as a staff. And I wanted to highlight the fact that this process, our budget process, began several weeks ago. under the leadership of our Chief Financial Officer. And tonight, what you're going to hear, our staff is going to present a first look. And I want to emphasize a first look, an initial look at our budget priorities for the 21-22 school year. And they will target 6 focus areas that align with our district strategic plan. The presentation is the result of many meetings of our focus area teams, each which I would point out are directed by a team leader and a champion, and you'll hear more about that momentarily. But our teams have met, they've developed priorities, and they provided considerations tied to our key focus areas. And those teams, those team leads and champions, they're actually here this evening, and they're going to walk us through each focus area one at a time. And so with that, to get us started, I'm going to turn things over to Angie Bartles, who is our Executive Director of Strategy Management. I would also note that Ms. Bartles is the lead for organizing efforts of our focus area teams and coordinating the development of this presentation that you'll hear tonight that will guide our work. And so with that, I want to thank Ms. Bartles, and I also want to thank members of our focus area teams. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Bartles.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. This is Angie Bartles speaking. Good afternoon, board chair and board members. We are actually going to begin our presentation with Sheila Shirley, our Chief Financial Officer, who is going to provide an update on the budget process, and then we'll link it into the strategic planning process that accompanies this work annually, as the superintendent said.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Winston. I am Sheila Shirley. I am the Chief Financial Officer, and I'm happy to be here again with you. This is the second budget work session along our journey of our budget process. You may recall, as Superintendent Winston mentioned, we began this process several weeks ago. Early in December, we had a work session where we reviewed the strategic plan and identified and shared with you the 6 focus areas for the next 18 months of our work, all in the service and intent of achieving our targets and our goals in our strategic plan 2024. Tonight, I'm just going to share a few overview slides about our budget as we stand today, some context slides. Then we're going to transition, next slide if we can show the agenda. We're going to give a little update on the COVID-related funding. Several of you have requested that we share updates on the variety of COVID-related funding that we've received over the last 10 months. Then, as Superintendent Winston mentioned, we're going to shift into sharing the work and the initial feedback from our focus area teams. And then we'll be engaging with the board to get your feedback on some of those ideas. And then we'll conclude with a capital update. Next slide. Next, please. So just as a quick overview of our operating budget for this year, this is a snapshot basically sharing where our resources are derived from in terms of the sources of funds. You can see that 57% of our funding is provided from the state, followed by 32% from the county, and then federal and other representing about 11%. How those funds are used are outlined on the right-hand side. You can see that 80% of our budget is assigned to salaries and benefits. And as we've discussed before, you know, most of that is mandated by the state, whether it's the salary increases that are provided for our staff and or the benefits associated with our employees. The 16%, the 9% and 7% for purchase services and supplies make up the majority of the remaining uses of our funding. And just a quick reminder on the next slide of the manner in which we get our funding from the variety of categories. So starting on the left-hand side at the bottom of the page, you can see that we receive about 37% of our overall resources for our budget and what we call state position allotments. So that is for positions such as all of our teaching positions, our instructional support positions, school-based administration. Those types of positions are provided to us in a number of position allotments rather than in terms of dollar funding. Then there's a category we call categorical funding. This provides resources where we can purchase supplies, purchase services, contract for services, or hire staff, all in the service of meeting needs for a specific population of students. So that would be, for example, exceptional children or limited English proficiency, now referred to as L students, those kinds of categorical allotments. And then we actually receive some funding from both federal and state, as well as our county funding in terms of dollar allotments. So an example of that from the state would be for our teacher assistant allotment, where we receive a specific dollar amount. We can hire however many teacher assistant positions we can hire within that funding category. Just reminders for you as well as our viewing public on how we get our funds and how they're used. The next slide outlines the 10-year history of our revenue streams. And you'll see that our revenues by source have been holding relatively consistent for the past decade. I will point out that in the very early years on the left-hand side, you see that the federal was at 12 and 13%. That was, of course, when we were receiving the ARA funding as a result of the Great Recession. And then if you shift over to the far right-hand side in our 2021 year, you'll notice that there's a slight uptick in the federal category, and that's associated with the COVID-related funding that we have available in this fiscal year. Our enrollment trend is showing a slight decline, or a pretty significant decline actually, from the prior year of just, it's on the next slide please, of just over 6,800 students from the prior year. And there's obviously a number of reasons for that, but primarily and likely due to the pandemic circumstances. Our student assignment and choice teams continue to monitor this monthly and have updated us that there has been an increase slightly. By the time we got to month 4, we are now at 140,530 students. They've identified that the majority of this decline is due to new student enrollment, and that equated to about 4,000 students. And that's rather than, what you might think as a result of student attrition or withdrawals. So I think that's an important point to note. So for example, our kindergarten enrollment for this year for new students was down 15%, and our 6th grade new enrollment for students was down by 40%. So again, the most contributing factor to that decline of just over 6,800. Our charter enrollment is up slightly for students in Mecklenburg County attending charters, but still below projection. So they're experiencing some of this lower than expectations as well. And we've had just over 1,000 new homeschool registrations this year, which is really 2 times higher than the increase in the prior year. As I said, the student assignment and choice team, student choice team, is working with communications teams and collaborating on district and school level efforts in order to ensure that we recapture withdrawn students and also identify and seek the increase in the new student enrollments for the next fiscal year. Next slide. This is I know it's a busy slide, but we're trying to show a 10-year trend of our budgeted per pupil by funding source. And so each of the different lines represent one of our unique funding streams. We've also provided the number without the charter dollars, which are just really a pass-through to our charter schools in Mecklenburg County. And you can see that our overall budgeted per pupil has increased about 36% over the last decade, for a total at the bottom right, you can see 11,388 for this year. For a quick review on the next slide of how the increase in our overall funding in this last decade, we just wanted to give you a quick breakdown of sort of how those uses of funds have been, or how that increase has been applied. So you'll see that the total increase since fiscal 11 was 514.2 million. The charter school pass-through, which you all are familiar with, that are funds that are not retained by CMS, but are passed through to serve our charter school students in Mecklenburg County, was 53.4 million. Salary and benefit increases, as I mentioned earlier, are primarily state mandated. Of course, we've had some local inputs most recent years, but that's 424.9 million. And at that point, you can see that we needed to start making sustaining and growth and new space, obviously things that have increased cost impacts in our budget. And at that point, we would have been at a deficit. And so we began to make reductions and redirections, which basically is a realignment of our existing resources to help cover some of those sustaining growth and new space needs, as well as to create the opportunity so that we could create new initiatives to support strategic plan goals in each of the years, regardless of the strategic plan that was in place at that time. So that's just a quick, brief summary overview of our current budget situation and a little bit of trend and context to sort of set the stage as we begin and embark on this budget process. As I said, we're going to give some updates on our COVID-related funding, and I'm going to start on the next slide. This is just a state snapshot of the COVID dollars that were available at the state level. This is borrowed from the Public School North Carolina Division of School Business presentation. And then I'm going to quickly transition to what did that mean for us at CMS. If you'll go to the next slide, we've outlined here, you know me, I feel like a picture's worth 1,000 words. And this is an outline of what you will hear folks call the CRF funding. It's the Coronavirus Relief Funds. We've received $23.5 million in this particular category of funding. And all of the boxes that you see there represent the various buckets or categories of funding that these resources were provided to us to use, and they were very specific uses. And so you can see all of those. This is one of the areas that we actually covered during our adopted budget process. And so if you notice, there's some highlighted shading around some of the various buckets. Originally, when we adopted our budget this year, we thought that all of these funds would expire as of December 30th of 2020. As a result of the federal legislation that's been passed, some of the resources have been extended, some of the deadlines have been extended, but those with the highlighting around them have various end dates as of this moment between the December 30th and a June 30th end date. So just sharing with you that there's a lot of different buckets and a lot of different deadlines to maintain and manage too. The next couple of slides, I'm not going to go into detail on these because we covered these when we adopted the budget, but wanted to include this for your reference. Again, it's the same buckets that we just saw on that picture, but a little more detail about the kinds of purposes that we've used those buckets of resources. So summer learning program, we've talked about that. The physical and mental health supports, the non-digital resources, obviously for print resources, computer students and devices. Most of these are pretty self-explanatory. School nutrition, as I mentioned earlier, to meal continuity for students. Personnel, computers and devices. So that would be for our teaching assistants or students, teacher personnel. And home and community Wi-Fi, that was of course for hotspot funding. We received some exceptional children grants to support the required special education evaluations, cybersecurity funding, and most recently the personal protective equipment or PPE funding. So to summarize the CRF or Coronavirus Relief Funds budget status, when we adopted our budget, we actually had 16.9 million. We've now had a revision to that budget to a total of 20.4 million. And we have encumbered and paid 19.6 million of that and have 844,000 remaining at this time. And you can see the planned initiatives that are in alignment with those categories and appropriate uses for those resources that you just saw. Just as a note, the increase in those amounts between the adopted and our current budget, we received additional funds in the home and community Wi-Fi category, the personal protective equipment category, and the EC grant resources that I mentioned. And that's part of the reason that you see those planned initiatives still outstanding at this point. Now I'm going to turn it over to Katie Sunseri, and she is our Executive Director of Federal Programs, and she's going to provide the update on the CARES Act funding.
Thank you and good evening. As Sheila mentioned, my name is Katie Sunseri, and I'll provide kind of a comprehensive update around the funding that we received in the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Securities Act, so oftentimes referred to as the CARES Act. And I'll kind of talk through the different areas of funding that we initially planned for the just over 33.5 million that we received in this CARES Act. And then at the end, I'll also speak to a few additional funding streams that we're expecting as well. So one of the areas that we had some initiatives planned for the CARES Act funding was academics. And you can see here that our original budget in academics was 6.3 million. That did increase just slightly to include a couple of additional initiatives. One of them is the student enrollment and communications. And so that's an area that Sheila was speaking about earlier to support with the drop in enrollment that we've seen. And the other is in the flexible learning and change management professional development. And that's really in response to COVID-related remote learning and hybrid learning and the professional development that's needed to support that. You can see here too that we have encumbered or paid just over 5 million of this funding, and the 1.5 that is in the planned initiatives bucket is the initiatives that we've mentioned, along with some of the ongoing for the original initiatives, including the online learning tools, intervention and progress monitoring, AP and IB textbooks, the SORA content credits, master scheduling, and curriculum development, as mentioned on the slide. You can go ahead to the next slide. An additional piece of the CARES Act budget was set aside for technology. So this was primarily for the over 23,000 iPads that were purchased for kindergarten through second grade students. In addition to that, you'll notice that the revised budget for technology did increase, and that was to include the Zoom EDU platform for instructional staff and students to support during remote and hybrid learning. Can head to the next slide. As far as operations is concerned, there were no changes to the original budget that was planned in the spring with respect to operations. All of the initiatives within operations are really focused on health and safety as related to COVID. And so that includes things like personal protective equipment, as well as HVAC air optimization, the signage, hand dryers, sanitizer stands, dispensers, and things of that nature, along with with the water stations for water bottle fillers. So each of these are either in process or planned as far as the planned initiatives that you see there with the 4.4 million. You can head to the next slide. As CARES is similar to many of our other federal funding sources or federal grants, where there's a requirement that's a part of the grant for a proportionate share to be provided for private schools' equitable services. So when this was initially presented, districts were instructed at that time, and this was initially presented in the spring, to calculate the proportionate share based on the total student count. Since that time, that has actually changed, and that was following federal lawsuits. And at the time that the federal lawsuits took place, districts were then instructed to recalculate the proportionate share. And it is now, instead of being based on total student counts, it is now based on Title I eligibility criteria. So we did see a change in our budget in terms of the private school set aside as a result of that change from following the federal lawsuits. At that time that the recalculation took place, the number of participating schools did decrease from 32 to 17 as far as our private schools go. And we are currently consulting with private schools in terms of the uses of their funds to make sure they're using them within the what's outlined within the CARES Act. Go to the next slide. In terms of the set aside for administration of this particular grant, at the time that this was initially presented, the end date for the funding, as we understood it, was September 30th of 2021. However, since that time, we've received confirmation that this funding will run actually through September 30th of 2022. So it is eligible for what's called the Tidings Amendment, which just gives an additional year of use for the funding. So the increase that you see here is to support the administrative staff that are supporting the implementation of the grant to ensure that we're following all federal guidelines with respect to this particular grant. You can head to the next slide. Finally, there was the portion that was set aside for unbudgeted reserve. And when this was initially presented, this was set aside as really a portion for emergency leave and then any other unanticipated costs that might come up. You'll notice that there's an increase in this in the unbudgeted reserve, and that's primarily due to the change that you saw on the private schools set aside. In addition to that, there have been some initiatives that I mentioned and highlighted that caused increases in other areas. And the planned initiatives within the unbudgeted reserve include nurse extenders for second semester, the costs for the unexcused absence letters, and those would be for students who have more than 10 days of an absence to provide a certified letter. And then finally, the COVID leave pay that we've talked about with the multiple phases of COVID leave. So the encumbered and paid that's within the unbudgeted reserve represents really the first phase of the COVID leave that has actually taken place up to this point. Can head to the next slide. In terms of additional stimulus funding, additional COVID related funding that we are expecting to receive, the CARES Act that that we've been kind of reviewing, that the larger bucket of CARES funding, the 33.5 million that we've reviewed. In addition to that, the CARES Act has some additional funding streams that are sort of smaller and a little bit more specific. And two of those fall under the portion of the CARES Act, which is called Elementary and Secondary School Education Relief, or ESSER, you sometimes will hear it referred to as. So there's a set aside for digital curriculum and a funding stream for the Canvas learning management system. In addition to that, as a part of CARES, there's a portion that was the Governor's Emergency Education Relief, or GEAR. That funding is split up into two parts as well. There's specialized instructional support personnel. So that is counselors, nurses, psychologists, social workers, folks that would fall into those categories to provide that specialized support, and then supplemental instructional services, and those would be provided to students as well. So those areas are funding streams. Again, those are part of the initial CARES Act, but they're just more specific, and they actually were provided a little bit later than that initial bucket of CARES funding that we discussed. And then the other piece here is the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act. And this was passed in late December. And it is very similar in a lot of ways to the CARES Act. It has the same sort of pieces, the elementary secondary school education relief. They're calling this ESSER 2. It has Governor's Emergency Education Relief, or GEAR 2, as a part of it. The allowable uses of funds are very similar to what we saw with the CARES Act. They did call out a couple of additional uses that are geared to just combat learning loss and things like facility repairs and upgrades. Those were allowable under the other, the initial CARES as well, but those are called out in this specific Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act that you can see there. So I will go ahead and hand it back over to Sheila to sum us up.
Sorry about that, unmuted. This is Sheila Shirley again. So we provided a sort of a one-page summary snapshot of the funding that we've received related to COVID-19 to date. This does provide a visual of all of the variety of sources of funds, as well as the categories that I've already mentioned and we've talked about. But I think this is just helpful to be able to see all of the different buckets, all of which come with, you know, a variety of different guidance, rules, regulations, and as I mentioned earlier, even deadlines. Total to date of all of the monies that we've discussed was 63.8 million, some of which we are still anticipating. We've got the digital curricular and learning management system, as well as the GEAR funding anticipated anytime. And then as Katie shared, this new ESSER 2 funding, we are anticipating that we will get that in late spring. That was approved, and technically, you know, it's allowed that it has to be allocated or awarded to local education agencies within 1 year of when it was approved, but anticipating that we will have that before the end of this fiscal year. Don't have that exact estimate, don't have a planning allotment yet, but I think we're ready to transition. Unless there are questions, we can certainly pause and take any questions about that specific section. Next, we'll be transitioning, and Angie will begin chairing the focus area team, she and Matt Hayes, I believe.
So this is Elise Dashu, and just a quick note, that last slide really demonstrates how complex, how careful we have to be as we spend our money. I don't think people always understand the complexity of school funding, especially with this emergency funding that thankfully came through from the federal government to help us cope with COVID. There are just a lot of rules and regulations that we have to comply with. And this shows, I think this slide here demonstrates how remarkable it was that we were able to have our independent audit with no findings, no problems. So board members, this has been kind of the backwards looking stage setting. Next, we're going to move into the forwards looking part of, you know, our budget planning for the year ahead. But before we do that, do you have any clarification questions on what we've just been presented? Okay. I see Ms. Marshall and Ms. De La Hara and Ms. Sawyer, and then Ms. Shipp.
That was great, and that was a lot. So what I was hoping, I looked on our board docs, and I don't have that presentation. So I would really like to get that real soon, because I think I'm going to have some more questions. A couple things I just want to bring out. You know, there just was some amazing things that have gone on there. And I have a question about several of the things that we talked about early on that were in sort of that first CARES bucket. One was summer learning, 6.6 million, I believe. Was that for this past summer that we used?
Yes, and that was one of the categories that you may recall that I mentioned had a different deadline where we had highlighted. Yes, that was intended to be used in this past summer and through December 30th of this year.
Okay, and
this past year, December 30th.
We had a virtual program for a number of students, and I would assume that's what took that funding. That was what that funding was used for those students. Am I correct?
Brian, does somebody want to speak to, I don't know who we have. I mean, I know that the most significant categories that we used the funding for were some ebooks so that all students had that access. There were device purchases made with that bucket of funding.
Ms. Shirley, this is Brian. I'm here, so I thank you for launching that. Ms. Marshall, thank you for your question. Sheila is correct that this is geared towards our Jumpstart efforts to engage, especially our early childhood grade levels in our elementary schools. It also helped ensure, as we kind of were coming out of the back end of the second semester of last year, taking all of the lessons learned through the spring to ensure that we digitized our content, our professional learning, and provided access to our students through the use of various technologies, as well as the laptops themselves that we knew that we needed to distribute over the summer and at the beginning of the year to make sure that we hit the ground running this year, anticipating that we would either be in remote or hybrid. So that investment really helped us ensure that all of our students, especially at our elementary schools, had access and opportunity to remote learning to have a successful year this year.
Okay. So that, yeah, if we can just, there was just so much on all of that in terms of what happened in academics, because a million books in that Sora system and 23,000 iPads. I mean, those are pretty eye-popping numbers. So I think those are really important things to be able to lift up with what we did. COVID phase 2, there was some COVID leave phase 2. I think that referred to the phase 1 was the leave as of 12/31, and then the COVID phase 2 leave, is this that new leave that was passed in the most recent legislation? That might be it.
I want to make sure I want to make sure I understand the question. So on the slide about unbudgeted reserve, where we were using the resources for the COVID leave, the emergency leave, we've done a couple of buckets, but the one that is what's phase 2 was the leave that the board approved at the last meeting for up to 80 hours of local emergency leave that we were going to utilize the CARES Act funding to cover.
Okay.
So it covered the first bucket that we approved last spring.
Right.
And it also covered the bucket that was approved at the last board meeting for the 80 hours that expires February 21st.
Okay.
The new bucket is for the next ESSER funding.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. So I appreciate that. And then I had another question in terms of, and you answered it, the gear funding is coming. We know that, and some other funding is coming. So we'll be looking for that. And hopefully some more, love to see some more funding around testing, even more PPE, anything like that coming from the federal government. That would be a welcome thing. So we'll make use of it. Thank you.
And I did not mention that specifically, but obviously, as soon as we receive our initial allotment or estimated allocation, obviously those new ESSER 2 funding resources will be a part of this budget process as we get further into it and trying to decide what's the most appropriate use for the needs that we identify throughout this process.
Okay, thank you.
Marshall, this is Elise Dashu. When you referred to hoping for new federal funding for testing, did you mean COVID testing or academic testing?
COVID testing, yes.
Okay, let's see, Ms. Shipp and then Ms. Delahara.
I kind of had the similar question a little bit about, I think Ms. Marshall talked about it, is this summer funding, because I think it's going to be so important in our budget as we look at where our students are now and trying to close those academic gaps. Where are we going in terms of what we're putting in the budget? And I don't know if this is with some of the new CARES Act, but I think we really do have to look at extending the school year and summer school. So I hope that we are looking at how we're going to do that in our budget, because I just don't see how we cannot look at that. And I don't know what we're doing. I know we've talked about planning for summer and extending the year, but I'm wondering how that's working into our budget now, because we're right around the corner as you think about it from summer and from the school year ended and how we're going to extend it. So
and this is Elise Dashu, but just a reminder that right now we're asking questions about kind of the stage setting, the backward looking reports. We're going to launch next into the forward looking.
Okay. And I was looking at that from the point of summer school, and I think Ms. Marshall kind of had the same thinking I was thinking, and that was answered. But I wanted to ask about pre-K technology, because that was in this report. We did not mention pre-K technology, but where are we at in terms of making sure we complete getting technology for our preschoolers? Was that in this piece?
Ms. Ship, I'll jump in on that one. This is Derek Root speaking. We have distributed the existing inventory, which was essentially spare iPad technologies, into our pre-K, a little over 2,000 devices at this point in time. We do have a large order of another 3,000 devices coming from Apple, but just like everyone else, there's some supply chain problems and it takes time. So what we did is we converted all of our spare equipment that we had distributed to schools to replace broken or damaged equipment. We went ahead and distributed that out to the pre-K students and then ordered, and we're waiting for a backfill on that.
Thank you. That's all of my questions, Your Lordship.
Okay, Ms. De La Hara.
Thank you. This is Jennifer De La Hara. I have 4 quick clarifying questions. Ms. Shirley, could you repeat the comment you made about homeschool applications? You said it and I went to go type it and then I lost the number. Could you repeat what that was?
Yes, we have identified that we have just over 1,000 new homeschool registrations in Mecklenburg County. And that was 2 times higher than the increase in registrations in the prior year. So that's one of the contributing factors to the fact that we believe that some students have made that option for this year. And hopefully
that's helpful. And also, we talked about the GEAR funding, the governor's allocation funding. And did I hear along the way that there was also the State Board of Education was given a certain allocation to give out to schools? And can you confirm if that's true? I may have that mixed up, and where that would fall in to that big pie chart that you had at the end?
You may be referring to the CRF funds, because those funds actually came to us through the state. All of those buckets that I went through, the summer learning, PPE, child nutrition. So that's probably the source that you're referring to that came through the State Board of Education.
Okay, and that's CRF?
Yes, Coronavirus Relief Funds.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think, Ms. Sunseri, you spoke about the CARES Act funding and the private schools and the lawsuits that were there. And at the very end of that, it was my understanding that the lawsuits happened and then that money was not being distributed to private schools. But did I hear you say that we are counseling or collaborating with them? So does that mean that there were funds that were passed to the private? Because I missed that.
Yeah.
In the
So
I guess.
Sure. Yeah. So with CARES Act, very similar to our entitlement grants, Title I, Title II, Title IV, there's a requirement written into the federal grants that we do what's called consultation with private schools, and that we provide a proportionate, equitable share of those funds to our private schools. And so the lawsuits that took place were based around what was written in the CARES Act in terms of using Title I eligibility criteria, and then what was written in like non-regulatory guidance after the CARES Act was passed to use total student enrollment instead of Title I eligibility criteria. So that was where the lawsuits came up. So initially we were instructed use total student enrollment, and the proportionate share is larger using total student enrollment than if we're using the Title I eligibility criteria.
Which is what's something we've always done.
That's correct. Yes, that's not a new process.
Got it. Okay, thank you for clarifying. And then lastly, I think it was slide 16. Did I see that there was, for future initiatives, there was planning to use funds for more PPE, but then when we got to the operations budget, there was no change. We may have to pull that back up. I think I got that with slide 16. I just wanted to make sure I didn't misunderstand something there, because it looked like there were, when we looked at our funds that were already encumbered, and then for new initiatives, let's see.
I think that might have been under the CRF under planned initiatives because we did receive additional funding through the CRF funds for, yes, right here, right there. Yes.
Back one.
That is your CRF funding. And we did actually receive additional funds from the time, even when we adopted our budget for PPE through the CRF bucket. The funds that Ms. Ansari spoke about are the CARES Act funds that had been budgeted for that same type of purpose. And that's the one that hasn't had any change. But there was a change in the state CRF funding.
Understood. Thank you very much for those clarifications. That's all of my questions.
Madam Chair, you're on mute. Darn it. All right, board members, are there any more questions before we move forward to the real meat of the meeting? That was really important context. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Seeing no further questions, I will turn it back over to your team, Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with that, I am going to turn it back over to Ms. Bartles.
Thank you.
Well, good evening again, Madam Chair, Mr. Superintendent, and board members. I'm very excited to be with you tonight. My name is Angie Bartles. I'm the Executive Director of Strategy Management, and my colleagues and I have had the pleasure over the past years of working alongside Sheila and our awesome finance team to align our annual strategic planning and budget processes. So tonight, I'm here to give you an overview of how that alignment works, and then my colleagues are here to share some of the initial outputs of that process with you for your questions and feedback. So we can get started on the next slide. All the work that we are here to share tonight is grounded first in our strategic plan. So you all will know that this board established 3 goals for our strategic plan that really were intended to guide that work and where we wanted to be by the end of 2024. We also then outlined targets which would measure our progress toward these 3 goals by 2024. Annually, we plan our approach to the work that will get us there based on a set of criteria that guide us. This year, our superintendent established the 6 focus areas that you see on the screen in blue to guide our approach. So great teaching, time, student wellness, access to advanced coursework, academic performance, and then the health of the district. These are the areas that we would be focusing our process and planning on moving forward. So we can go to the next slide and I'll outline for you what that process looks like. We first established cross-functional teams for each of those focus areas, and those teams were really charged with diving deeply into each of those areas to understand what they are, what we're currently doing to advance the work in each area, and then what issues or gaps have to be solved in order to transform those areas and our work in these spaces. The teams are ultimately responsible for building that understanding and then using it to develop comprehensive plans for the next 18 months, which will highlight our strategies, our specific goals and actions, and then the leading and lagging outcomes that we'll measure progress on over time. We can go on to the next slide. So these teams were pulled together a few months ago and were really charged with discerning what work was most essential to maintain the momentum in each of these focus areas or lay a foundation for this transformational work that we're asking them to plan for. We specifically asked these teams to be disciplined in their approach and to help figure out what is the most essential work, as I mentioned, so that we could focus our time, energy, and effort and resources on what is likely to have the most strategic impact in each of these areas. We also know that this will help us empower our schools and staff to focus on the critical work at hand and not be distracting. We ask the teams to do this by first understanding what the current state is in each of these focus areas. And from that point, they began a categorization of the work, which is highlighted on the next slide. So they took a look at all that was happening in each of these buckets. So in great teaching, access to advanced coursework, time, etc. And they are beginning to do this categorization where they're articulating what is essential to this focus area moving forward, what is more nice to have, and then what should not be prioritized in these focus areas moving forward. And in order to do that, they're looking across a couple different elements with that work. So they were asked to evaluate each of these buckets of work based on the alignment to strategic outcomes. So things that are essential would be directly linked with our strategic outcomes, whereas nice to have may support conditions required for strategic outcomes, but may not be the most critical levers to pull. They were also asked to evaluate impact. So things that were having a demonstrated significant positive impact were essential. And then some things that were nice to have would have less demonstrated positive impact, whereas the things that were not a priority would have negative impact or maybe no impact at all. And then lastly, we asked them to take a look at the barriers to the work at hand to the initiatives that they were unpacking, and understand if there were barriers that would prevent the work from being implemented with fidelity or having its desired impact. So the initial results of this work will be presented with you tonight. The teams have used this current state analysis and also this categorization to really begin to develop the initial strategies for 21-22, the 21-22 school year, to address the gaps. And as I mentioned, this is really the work that's intended to sustain the momentum in each of these focus areas and also lay the foundation for the transformational work to come. I want to say before we launch in that this work is ongoing. So as Mr. Superintendent mentioned to you earlier in the evening, there's going to be refinements to what's being presented to you tonight and prioritization, and as decisions are made amongst our cabinet team, and these teams continue to do their work. So tonight is an initial output. You'll likely have some questions about what's being presented and want some additional detail, which we are very excited to work with you over the next few budget work sessions. I believe we have one in February and then maybe another in March to continue to expand on this process. So with that, I'll turn it over to our superintendent to kind of give you an overview of what you'll see and what our teams have been working on with their strategies.
Thank you, Ms. Bartles. Thank you very much. We all know that since March, that our community, in fact, our world has been impacted by this global health crisis. And it has impacted everyone. It has impacted every person. But I just want to talk from the standpoint of how it has impacted our staff and our students. They've experienced a radical shift in their day-to-day lives and their learning environments. And that's what we're concerned about. And so what are we doing about that? We've had to think differently on how COVID has shifted the landscape in K-12 education. And so we are developing a strategy, an unprecedented strategy. I know that word is used a lot to describe the times that we're in, but it is really true because we're in an unprecedented time in education. And what are we doing in terms of that strategy? The investments in our core instruction and mitigating the learning loss, those are two key focus areas. And so I just wanted to lift that up. And then as we turn to the next slide, Madam Chair, I believe there are some remarks that you would like to share.
Yes, thank you. This is Elise Dashiu. So board members, I just want to kind of give you a overview of how we'll handle questions and answers for what's about to be presented to us. This is a sort of a workshop format that Ms. Bartles brought to us that we're borrowing from Harvard Graduate School of Education. So basically, first, we're going to have the focus area teams, the staff experts for each of the focus areas are going to present to us. So we'll get a presentation on their early thinking on building the budget for great teaching and how that aligns with that part of our strategic plan. And when they're done presenting, we'll each have, board members will have up to a minute for, we each get up to a minute for clarifying questions. And Ms. Kelly will keep track of the time there. So don't feel like you have to ask a question if you don't have one. And if someone else asks your question, don't feel like you have to say me too. But anyways, so we will each get up to 1 minute and then we'll go on to the student wellness. Those subject matter experts will present their early thinking on building that budget. And then we'll each get one question, 1 minute for clarifying questions. And then we'll go to access to advanced coursework, et cetera, et cetera. When we get to the end of those focus area presentations, we will each have an opportunity to share overall feedback. And so keep track of, while you're hearing this, in addition to your clarifying questions, keep track of what kind of feedback you want to offer. And again, this is borrowed from how they do things at Harvard Graduate School of Education, but we'll go through with warm feedback first, which means are there things that were presented that you particularly agree with, that align with our strategic plan, that align with what we need to accomplish as we rebuild from the pandemic. So those are phrases like, it seems important that blah, 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 or I want to make sure that we keep, et cetera, et cetera. So basically, I will come to each board member and say, what is your warm feedback? And you have a couple of minutes, and that won't be back and forth. That's just you sharing your feedback, kind of like a monologue. And then when we're done with that, I'll come to each board member for you each to share your cool feedback. And again, that's on everything that's just been that will have just been presented. So those are things where you see possible disconnects or things that are perhaps not in alignment with our strategic plan and our priorities. Or something that might be missing, a gap that you'd like to address. So again, I'll make this more clear as we go through it. But so we're going to move on now to reports, one slide at a time on these different focus areas of the budget. And after each focus area, we'll be asking clarifying questions. And at the end, we'll be sharing feedback on the whole thing. And with that, I will hand it back to your team, Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Mr. Superintendent. This is Brian Kingsley, the Chief Academic Officer. I'm honored to be with you tonight, as well as I'm joined by our Assistant Superintendent of Academics, Ms. Beth Thompson. We're both here as ambassadors of the instructional leadership and fiscal stewardship of the Great Teaching Team, which represents our core business. Building off of the thoughtful comments that our superintendent shared earlier and being reflective of the current approach that our district and school-based leaders and faculty and staff are approaching this pandemic, this work and this budget does deserve, a sense of urgency, all hands on deck approach to make sure that our response, both in the summer as well as in the year ahead, is positive and parallels the negative scenarios that many of our families are facing as a result of the pandemic across our community today. We know that as we think about our core business, this doesn't just reflect teachers and students, it reflects engaging our community deeply and making sure that we recognize that it's going to require leadership and teaching for us to move through this pandemic and come out on the other side in a better way together. And that centers on great teaching and equitable practices. We know since the inception of our strategic plan that we have doubled down on focusing on our core and making sure that we understand that all of our students and all of our teachers deserve a guaranteed viable curriculum, that we also need to match that with developing the knowledge and skills of our teachers to ensure that we're fully and truly equipped across all of our classrooms, all of our schools, and in our community to promote students as independent learners. And that requires us through a thoughtful budget development process to continue to recognize that we can't go backwards. We have to continue to scale our efforts that we've promoted over the last few years, both in an in-person environment as well as digitally, through enhancing our curriculum, procuring curriculum, but not just solely thinking about that through the lens of literacy and mathematics, but ensuring that we're continuing to invest in curriculum for all of our subjects and all of our courses. But we do have a particular area of emphasis in the year ahead around high school English, high school mathematics, as well as several investments regarding our magnet programs that we're really excited about, continuing to give you more details over time. As you have an opportunity to see this slide, and I orient you to the various bullets that are off to the right-hand side, I ask that you don't see those as discrete things, but really recognize that there's intersectionality across all of those things in terms of how our content, our interventions, the way that we approach and procure curriculum for social emotional learning, as well as ensuring that our resources both show up the same way in terms of a high quality, culturally responsive way, whether students are in person or receiving instruction remotely, knowing that the reliance and the utilization of technology across our system, now that we have really truly embedded and enhanced our infrastructure, that investment is here to stay, and we're going to continue to leverage that moving forward. But simply by purchasing resources and materials that are high quality and culturally responsive for our teachers and for our students and families is not enough. We know that that also requires an investment in our adults and our employees, and ensuring that we're developing the skills of our teachers, our leaders, all of our CMS family members, to ensure that we have and show up with the disposition that is necessary to meet all students, not where they're at, but meet them where the demands of our standards in our classroom and based upon the goals that we have set forth by our strategic plan. And again, the intersectionality of not just how we show up with differentiating our core instruction, but how we show up with us as adults through the lens of race, power, and bias is continuing to be an investment in learning that we will continue to enhance and expand in our district moving forward. And I'll close here in saying that we can't continue to expand enhancements as well as investments without figuring out what's working and what's not. So continuing to ensure that we're monitoring the integrity and the fidelity of implementation, that we're continuing to provide the necessary supports to our school teachers, as well as our school leaders, that we're trying to identify how we can monitor how these things are showing up in practice to ensure that all of our classrooms and all of our schools are continuing to embed high quality practices for all of our students, knowing that's what it's going to take for us to come out of this scenario that we're in a better state, in a better place to ensure all of our students can graduate with options, which is outlined as a key goal within the lens of our strategic plan. So I'll hit pause there. I don't know if this is a moment where we move on to the other focus area or answer clarifying questions. So I apologize. I don't want to blow up the protocol.
Yeah, no, this is, you're correct. This is the lead statute, but you're correct, Dr. Kingsley. This is, at this point, we can go to clarifying questions from board members, and yeah, perfect, Ms. Kelly. Okay, so do we have any clarifying questions? Ms. Marshall and then Ms. Ship.
So that was a lot of good stuff. Quickly, so it looks like in terms of curriculum, when I see differentiated core, and I pulled this up on a separate iPad that I'm looking at to the side just so I can control it. I see English language arts, math, science. So we're going to be purchasing or rounding out the curriculum for these subjects that I am seeing. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. That is
Okay.
what we're that's a part of our proposal, and we're continuing to go through the budget development process, but that is what we're refining and proposing as a great teaching team at this time.
Okay, the developing the skills of the teachers in all of these social emotional differentiated core. So there's a number of strategies that are there. Is there one big push, one big thing you're looking to do in terms to make that happen? Is that internal, external? How does that happen?
I'll invite Beth to add some detail that I may miss here, but I would say as a thinking about the intersections across all of those things, it's really about equity-centered leadership and equity-centered teaching. And it's really a reflection of doing the mirror work of who we are as professionals and how we're showing up in our practice to ensure that we're able to promote those equitable practices for all students and be responsive to all students' needs, while ensuring that we're continuing to learn about some of the technical things that we're provisioning to our teachers, which is curriculum and textbooks and materials and activities. Really understanding how both of those things play out is really a primary essential goal for our professional development strategy, and building the various vehicles for all of our employees to access that learning at several days throughout the course of the school year in a very flexible format, knowing that the needs of our employees have changed and evolved just like our students. And I think that's one of the silver linings of this pandemic, is providing professional development in new and innovative ways, where our teachers and our faculty and members and our leaders can access learning that they're interested in above and beyond what they may be provisioned and have to attend. But doing that in a flexible format, I think, is something that also I think is really important for us moving forward too.
Okay.
Before I go to Ms. Shipp, I do want to let our board members know and also let the public know that this report is, or that these workshop materials are available on our board docs website right now. And I understand I'm getting some feedback that the slides are hard to read. And so we're working on a way to fix that. But now I will go to Ms. Shipp. Do you have clarifying questions about the great teaching focus area?
Yes, I'm trying to wonder if this is warm question, cool question.
Well, so warm and cool feedback will come at the end. This is clarifying questions.
Okay, clarifying questions. This is Lenora Shipp, and I am really interested in one, professional development. I know you've mentioned that is critical. Clarifying question would be, did you look at teacher assistants? And they are just as important to developing the skills of our students in the classroom. So I'm wondering, I'm asking, is that woven into developing the skills of teachers? Because I think teacher assistants is critical in their professional development as well. So I'm asking that question first.
Ms. Shipp, this is Brian Kingsley. Again, yes, we're very interested in integrating the professional development opportunities, not just for our instructional assistants, but also for our community partners who are also working in tandem with us across the community, trying to figure out ways to extend the school day or offer additional opportunities for learning in the evenings and the weekend. And in some instances, while we're in a stance of remote learning, we want to be inclusive of them in addition to our teachers and school-based and district leaders as well.
And then I want to clarify intensive interventions. How are you looking at that? Because we've done a lot of intensive interventions at the lower level, but I think what is real critical is after we know that they still needed third grade all the way up to 12th grade. So is that inclusive of how you're going to look at strong intensive practices and interventions, especially in reading, language arts, all the way up?
Ms. Shipp, this is Brian Kingsley again. Thank you for that question. I'd like to invite Beth Thompson, our Assistant Superintendent for Academics, who's worked in partnership with various departments across the district to procure and invest in a lot of very intensive interventions for all of our students prior to even the pandemic. Ms. Thompson, if you can illuminate some of those key investments and the intentionality behind them, I would really appreciate it.
Sure. This is Beth Thompson, Assistant Superintendent for Academics. We have been working over the last year in streamlining our standard treatment protocol to ensure that every student in CMS has access to both supplemental and intensive interventions across every single school. I think there will be two things we'll see and be looking at moving forward. We're going to be looking really hard at what we call just-in-time intervention. In other words, for students who need support in accessing grade level standards in the context of their class, we want to do that as much as possible. In other words, we don't want to pull students out of their grade level work in order to provide intervention and then have them missing their grade level work, right? We do know, however, that sometimes we have students who may have areas of continued learning that will require supplemental interventions. And then if those don't work, intensive interventions. And our standard treatment protocol provides resources across those that both align to the work that they've been doing in their core curriculum and to the work that is provided, learning that's provided through specially designed instruction, if that becomes something that is of need for a student.
Because my concern was, and I know you probably are kind of addressing that, Beth, is like reading in the content area. I know it's something that we worked on years ago with, and I'm sure we still do, because when they're beyond third grade, especially middle and high school, oh, my time is up. Okay, that's it. Come back.
Okay, Ms. Sawyer, Carol Sawyer.
Thank you, Carol Sawyer. Following up on that question, we hear a lot about, you've been talking about interventions, and I just want to kind of make the link to the alphabet soup that gets tossed around of MTSS. So these interventions are, I believe, part of this MTSS scaffold that we talk about too. Am I on the right path here?
Yes, you're very much on the right path. This is Brian Kingsley, the Chief Academic Officer again. In order to implement a multi-tiered system of supports for all of our students, it's really important that we have a standardized curriculum at the center of our classrooms, a guaranteed viable curriculum, but also that our teachers and our schools are equipped with the interventions and the enrichment opportunities that are necessary to accelerate and extend learning beyond what they're experiencing in the core. In the past, that looked very different school by school. You just heard Ms. Thompson previously reference, and may have heard me say once before, a standard treatment protocol. That level of consistency is important to ensure that we're able to actually get data across all of our schools and how students are responding to those interventions. And we're able to make really informed decisions around how we navigate and intervene on behalf of families and students to make sure we're doing everything we possibly can to give students a chance at graduating with meaningful employment opportunities following 13 years of being with us. So I'm really grateful, Ms. Sawyer, that you brought that up in terms of the context of MTSS, because it's very important. And one of the main efforts of our strategic plan is to breathe health into those various systems that are necessary to actually implement that with integrity. And that's a part of this budget development process.
Thank you.
Do we have any other clarifying questions before we move on? Oh, Ms. Fowler, our student advisor, Brianna Fowler, has a question.
Hi, this is Brianna Fowler, and I just have a clarifying question about the race, power, and bias differentiation core curriculum. I hear a lot of talk about equity and how we're going to have an equitable curriculum. I just want to know, what is the plan to see that within our curriculum, within our math, science, histories, and ELA classes? What is the plan for that? And if you don't have the answer right now, please feel free to email me. I know this is kind of a specific question.
Ms. Fowler, I'm so grateful for your question. I know we all are, because it's a very important one. We talked a little bit about a specific investment that we've made in our literacy and our math curriculum over the past 2 to 3 years, which has primarily been in our elementary schools and or our middle schools. But one of the opportunities that has presented itself in this pandemic was to really strengthen the visibility that all of our families and students have into what that looks like for all of our almost 1,000 courses that we offer across the district, which includes science and social studies. We know that curriculum that our students need to see themselves in the stories and the experiences and how they're interacting with curriculum and be challenged in that way, where we're not just talking about race and power and biases or rate and through single stories of struggle, but honoring and celebrating the diversity and inclusive practices that should be at the center of our classrooms and our community. We know that that's going to take intentional practices, both in terms of what we procure and buy from a curriculum perspective, but it also challenges us to think about how we develop ourselves as educators to make sure that we're prepared and equipped to instruct our students in a way that's culturally responsive and not just something that is based upon our own identity and how we've been taught and have shown up in our own educational practices. And that takes a lot of reflective work, especially around topics such as race and bias. But that's the work that we've been charged and challenged to do, and it's the right work on behalf of our students. And we need to involve students in that work and not do that in isolation. So it's not just about our faculty members and our school leaders, it's also about our students in our community. And we've been having those conversations over the last year, and we have to continue to scale those efforts. So I'm really grateful for your question.
Thank you, Mr. Kingsley. And will the staff be getting some type of training as well to prepare for these measures that we're going to take?
Yes, there's professional development that's been happening in our district for quite some time, and it continues to get deeper and more specific. But we are now, as school leaders across the entire district, talking and learning about these concepts, but not in isolation, but how they actually show up in our way of work. And so that will continue in the year ahead based upon what we're proposing through this budget process.
Thank you, Mr. Kingsley. I really appreciate that.
Appreciate you too. Thank you.
This is Elise Dashu. I see a question from Sean Strain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sean Strain, District 6. Brian, thanks for your presentation as always, and that of the team here. I do have a question because we are undoubtedly in a position where we've had more academic challenges our students have this year than any before. There's no question. We see it in the data that's been released, the analysis that continues out of our team. And what that means is we've got some discussions we're going to have regarding things like promotions and the foundational elements that our students need in order to succeed in the classroom are even more challenged today and will be tomorrow and next year and the year after than ever before. And I didn't, so I have a limit on my question too.
It's 1 minute.
So the question is, what in the presentation of your material there reflects the seriousness of the challenge we face? I understand everything. It seems to be a progression. How do we reflect the seriousness of the challenge we face?
Mr. Strain, I think it's a fair question. I think these investments have to live both in our school and in our community. So I'll say that it's going to, in my opinion, again, this is Brian Kingsley, Chief Academic Officer. It's going to take a community-wide effort, and I really believe a multi-year effort for us to accelerate learning and not assume that we're going to remediate ourselves back to normalcy. I think that's really, really important. What you may not see on the slide, but will be represented in our approach to work, is how this shows up in our summer learning plan, how this shows up in our before and after school strategies and childcare services, how it extends to our outreach with our various community partners, our nonprofits, our faith-based sector, who is continuing to figure out creative ways to work with our families to extend learning opportunities above and beyond what our children are happening in our school. But what I'll close with here is that we're going to need to continue to figure out ways to teach our way out of this scenario on behalf of our families and with our students. And doubling down on high quality instruction is what's mostly represented on this particular investment, and really is at the center of our strategic plan. And we need to continue to scale that effort moving forward. But the various modalities that I think you're referencing is something that we can certainly continue to bring back to the board in various updates through the budget development process. I think your point's well taken.
Okay, this is Elise Dashu. I know that there is a lot of interest and concern about our summer learning plans for this coming summer. So I don't know if that will be specifically discussed in some of these reports coming up and the slides coming up, or if that's a later part of the budget conversation. But I do know that's really heavy on our minds right now. So with that, let's move on to the next, the student wellness piece.
Great. And for the next focus area, I'd like to welcome to the screen Dr. Katrine Penn, who's our Executive Director of Student Wellness and Academic Support, and then Jennifer Pearsall, who's the Executive Coordinator in the Office of School Performance.
All right. Thank you. So I am Katrine Penn, Executive Director of Student Wellness and Academic Support. Now we'll pause that while we get there. We're looking for the student wellness slide. There we go. All right. And so while my department is called Student Wellness and Academic Support, I'd like to highlight that this action team is comprised of membership representing a broad number of departments, including English Learner Services, Student Discipline and Behavior Support, as well as health and physical education. When we think about student wellness, all of those departments have a stake in what it is that we do for students to promote and support social, emotional, and mental wellness of our students. So when we are thinking about the strategic plan goal that focuses on increasing social and emotional supports for students, that requires us to do a number of different things, including ensuring that staff have reasonable caseloads, as well as the skills that they need to be able to address the social, emotional, behavioral, and mental health needs. It also includes having access to resources that allow us to understand and address student needs from both a prevention and intervention lens. And finally, it requires us to consider how we can ensure that special populations within our district have access to the services and resources that they need in order to be able to create equitable access to support. And so to go a little deeper on the staff support component, this board, as well as the Board of County Commissioners, has graciously supported increasing the number of licensed support staff that we have available in our schools over the last 4 years. We continue to want to focus our efforts on reducing ratios so that students can have more access to their counselors, social workers, and psychologists. Looking at 21-22, if at all possible, we would like to focus on continuing to increase the number of school social workers and school psychologists. Specifically with the social work focus, we are now at a place where we have social workers in every Title I school and every comprehensive high school. Our efforts to continue to add social work would allow us to round out our small high schools and provide social work support for all of our middle schools, and then move into some of our non-Title I elementary schools. We also look forward to continued efforts to elevate the skill set of our licensed support personnel within the district. And then finally, we look forward to providing social, emotional, and behavioral professional development and coaching for school-based staff, and that is inclusive of teachers and administrators. And that work and support is provided both by Student Wellness as a department, but also Student Discipline, Behavior Support, and our Health and PE department. When we look at tools and resources, we this year in the 2021 school year did a district-wide adoption of Caring School Community for social and emotional learning curriculum implementation for grades K through 8. Looking at the 21-22 school year, we would like to expand to provide a 9-12 SEL curriculum adoption that would be implemented during the high school advisory block. We will seek to continue administration of Panorama Education, which is our district's social and emotional learning screening tool, which we use both to help us understand what school-wide needs are for social and emotional learning, as well as more information about the students' experience of school and their interaction with teachers. But we also use that to support us in identifying students who may be at risk for social, emotional, and behavioral difficulties, again, as part of our MTSS framework. We would also like to continue and expand integration of physical activity throughout the school environment. And that would be in line with our B3 program, which we presented to the board on in October of this school year. Continuing with our restorative practices work, which is foundational to our social and emotional learning. And finally, we do have to provide students with who are having social, emotional, and behavioral difficulties with access to high quality intervention services. So a moment ago, we heard Brian talk about having a viable curriculum, not only for core, but also for intervention in the areas of literacy and math. The same applies through the MTSS framework when we look at interventions for students who are having behavioral or emotional difficulties. And then last, but certainly not least, is the student support area. So with an eye towards equity, there are a number of actions that we have not yet taken as a district, but we would like to pursue. Those include taking actions to increase our English learners' student access to social and emotional supports in their first language. At this time within CMS, our interpretation services can only be used for parents. And what that means is that if a parent is not present, we cannot bring a CMS interpreter or contracted interpreter in to translate a counseling session for a student. And what that means is that our English learners are those who are not proficient enough in English to engage in an intensive emotional conversation in English. It means that we are not able to serve those students in all but the rarest of cases. Another concern that we have addressed through Title IV funding and would like to continue is student access to school-based mental health services in the event that the family is uninsured or unable to meet their copay costs that go along with participation in that community partner-based program. We would also like to create a means of allowing more of our homeless students to participate in needed academic tutoring and enrichment services. So federal McKinney-Vento legislation requires that school districts provide tutoring and after-school enrichment access opportunities for homeless children. We have the funding to provide those after-school opportunities for students, but many of our homeless families lack transportation. And because these after-school programs typically do not have access to CMS busing to get kids home, it means that our homeless children often cannot participate in programs like ASAP or after-school tutoring. So we would like an opportunity to be able to provide either tutoring and enrichment services through a targeted service that already provides transportation, or to identify a means of supporting these students and being able to participate by providing transportation. And finally, we believe it's important that we continue our CMS mobile crisis team, which is a contracted team of licensed clinicians who provide on-site responses to behavioral and mental health emergencies. That includes our suicide risk assessments when students are found at high risk. It can include, while we're on remote learning, a behavioral crisis in the home when the parent needs support. that has been an invaluable service that we've had in place for the last 2 years that we believe will be of continued need and perhaps intensified need when we return to school following remote learning. And so I will pause there for any clarifying questions.
Thank you. This is Elise Dashiu. And just a quick note is that with the clarifying questions, these are like if you need to clarify a matter of fact, if there's some elements here that you don't understand. As far as if you have concerns, if there's anything, if this brings up concerns or you want to state your support, let's hold that for the later part of the meeting of the workshop. So clarifying questions right now. And I see Ms. De La Hara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is in line with a clarifying question. You mentioned, Dr. Penn, first language support for L students in social and emotional supports and access to interpreters, which I think is fantastic that you're seeking that. I'm also wondering, do you seek to, is another way to approach that by finding bilingual counselors and or psychologists, and have you considered that? Is that difficult? I imagine it might be, you know, a low labor pool available for qualified folks to have those certifications, but I'm just wondering if that's also a method that we sometimes employ.
That would be our first choice method, but you are correct that we have struggled to identify candidates for those positions. I have 5 vacant bilingual counselor positions right now that I can't fill. And so the less ideal option is to bring an interpreter into the space. Yes.
Thank you for that. That's helpful.
Any other clarifying questions on student wellness? Ms. Fowler.
Yes, so my clarifying question, I hope that this is a clarifying question. With the support for SEL, our social emotional learning for our students, how will you, is like the communication between our students and the administrative staff going to be included in that for our budget?
Not sure I am 100% clear on what you are addressing. Can you say a little more about the communication from students to administrators? For example, you mentioned how the students need to talk to their counselor and how they need to, it was talk about the social emotional learning of our students. And I was just making sure that I understand there's counselors, but just if we have like an equitable amount of counselors, is that what's going in the budget? Gotcha. Okay. So for the past 3 years, we've added counselors. For the last 2 years, the focus has been at the high school level and reducing the ratios of of counselors to students. So most recently, our ratio of counselors to students is, counselors to students is roughly 1 to 320. And that is down quite a bit from where we started a few years ago. So so one of the issues that we're having right now in our district with seeking to continue to reduce counselor ratios is that some of our schools don't have space. So we've got some of our larger schools that now have 9 counselors, 1.5 school psychologists, a social worker. And so while we navigate some of the facilities related issues and things like that, we still have a lot of schools that don't have social workers. And so we're focusing right now on adding a skill set and an area of expertise that is not present in all of our buildings right now. But caseloads for counselors are far better than what they have been. And so we're going to hold where we are right now while we work through some logistics on the counselor side. I still don't feel like I answered your question though, Ms. Fowler.
No, you answered the question. I was going to ask if there's like an alternative that we can make, because I understand that we don't have enough counselors and it's going to be really difficult for us to have enough counselors. Is there a way for us to have an alternative for the students to communicate or to bring out their social emotional learning?
So I think that is actually a great suggestion, and one that I can bring to my counseling team, because I do know, we know that kids, especially our high school students, generally are not going to present themselves at the counselor's office, even if they have a need. And so they do need a different way to be able to reach out. So thank you.
Any more questions on this section? Okay, let's move on to the next area of focus.
All right, and next up we have our access to advanced coursework, and representing that team will be Akeisha Craven Howell, our Associate Superintendent for Student Assignment and School Choice.
Thank you, Ms. Bartles, and good evening, Superintendent Winston, Madam Chair, and board members. I'm pleased to share with you this evening the focus for our access to advanced coursework. Certainly the strategic plan mentions a number of targets as it relates to advanced coursework. Areas like increasing the percentage of students who complete Math 1 by 8th grade, as well as increasing the percentage of our high school graduates who complete at least one college level course and or graduate with at least one DPI endorsement. As we look at many of the components to ensuring our students have access to advanced coursework and also moving beyond access to success in these courses as well, we recognize in the district we have a number of the components for success in this area. Where we have opportunities to improve is ensuring we have the systems and structures and routines in place that allow us to help students identify their interests and their long-term goals, and make sure that we have ways to capture those such that that information follows the student throughout their career in CMS, and that we have adults who are following that student and that student's goals and progress toward those goals, just to help support and make sure that they attain them. Certainly we heard Mr. Kingsley talk about the importance of core instruction and great teaching, and the advanced coursework strategies build on that for certain. When we think about our student supports, again, we're looking at those systems that allow us well before high school to help a student identify their interests and their goals. We have a number of ways to capture that information now, including our school counseling dashboard and Naviance, which the district began investing in district-wide a couple of years ago. And so how do we leverage those tools and make sure that every student is captured there? We also want to make sure that from a central office perspective, we are providing each school with the supports that they need to ensure that staff is ready to support students and help students navigate their time in CMS and specifically navigate their high school careers. We've just heard Dr. Penn talking about our high school counseling ratios. One of the things that we recognize in this particular work is that we may have to extend beyond the counseling suite to ensure that the student and adult ratios are there to support students as they move through their high school years and as they make progress towards their goals. When we talk about advanced coursework in CMS, we're talking about a broad range of courses, which I think is very positive. So not just advanced placement, but also looking at International Baccalaureate, Cambridge, dual enrollment courses, and career and technical education, or CTE. We want to make sure that we are providing equitable access to all of those options, but also as we are providing access, that those options are also equal in quality, regardless of the school or learning community in which they are offered. Finally, professional development. We want to make sure that our teachers in all of our schools not only have the foundational skills related to the great teaching focus area, but also that they have the content and instructional strategies that are specific to things like advanced placement, International Baccalaureate, and some of the other options for advanced courses. With that, Chair Dashew, I turn it back to you, and I welcome any clarifying questions.
Okay, this is Elise Dashew. And board members, do you have any clarifying questions on access to advanced coursework? Ms. Marshall.
You may have said this, what is Access 2024?
Access 2024 is a program that is in all of our comprehensive high schools as well as Hawthorne, I believe. It looks at broadening access to advanced courses by broadening the ways at which we identify students for those courses, ensuring that there are specific supports, programs like AVID, tutoring support, et cetera, to make sure that students are getting broader access to advanced courses, but then also they have the tools, resources, adult supports to ensure that they are successful in those advanced courses.
Okay, and so that's got, in terms of once they enroll in that course, then they're supported in that advanced course through Access 2024 as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Sawyer.
Carol Sawyer. Just briefly, you call out one potential measurable goal in your narrative there in terms of increasing number of students with endorsements. Will the next round of this document have more of those goals fleshed out in terms with actual benchmarks attached to them?
I think we can certainly expect that as we move throughout the process. The goals that I referenced were ones that are already articulated as a part of Strategic Plan 2024. And each of these focus areas have associated targets. I believe when Ms. Bartles opened the presentation, she listed a few of those high-level goals. And then associated with each of those goals and these focus areas are even more specific targets.
Thank you.
Any more questions right now? Clarifying questions? Okay, let's move on.
This is Angie Bartles. Next up, we have our time focus area team. And for that, we have Ms. Latarja Henry, our Chief of Staff, representing also Mr. Reginald Coles, who's the Director of Student Discipline and Behavior Support.
Good evening, everyone. This is Latarja Henry, and I want to spend just a few moments providing an overview of the work of our action team. And really, you've heard in the categories that have been shared before, really a robust focus and attention on time in school. And so when you think about time, this particular action team is focused on identifying how to extend opportunities to students so that we can maximize their time in school. So one of those areas is around what we can do with students as it relates to when they have exhibited behavior that is not something that is positive and that absolutely needs attention. How can we strengthen and put in place equitable practices across the district that will allow students to actually maximize time in school? So one of the first things, and these are not in any particular order, that we'd like to focus on is around the practice of restorative practices. What we know about restorative practices is that it is a set of practices that are effective in positively creating positive school culture. So it is a way for those who have been offended and those who have done offenses to actually work through those issues and be restored back to the culture or the community in the school. And this is important because it isn't just about having something negative happen. It's about teaching and allowing the opportunity to work through those things such that it can positively contribute to the culture of the school. Next, one of the areas that we really want to focus on is actually aligning our in-school suspension efforts. So one of the things that we know is that we've learned in this process is that our in-school suspension efforts are not shared, right? They're all done differently at different schools. And what's important about that is that we really think that to provide an equitable experience, we can extend the learning that should be happening. Again, if you think about all the things that Brian Kingsley and Akeisha Craven Howell have mentioned, kids do well when they are engaged in rigorous coursework and when they have exposure to an aligned curriculum. But when they have an opportunity to take a break and be redirected, that is not an opportunity to lose instructional time. Rather, it should be an opportunity for them to have a different kind of structure that can extend learning and also tap into some social and emotional needs that they may have that an in-school suspension program, if you will, would be able to leverage. And then lastly, staff support. One of the things that's very important about shifting a mindset when it comes to decreasing disproportionality is to really tend to the mindsets of the adults in the schools, because that very much contributes to the culture and to the offenses and the way in which we handle those offenses and the students that commit them. And so it's important for us to really identify, again, supporting staff to help think through some of the issues and how they're being identified and worked through with students and by other adults in the actual school. And so one of the things we really want to focus on is putting together resources and staff support through training and other things to make sure that everyone is aligned in terms of climate and culture and how to deal with, and it's mentioned here, race, power, and bias as it relates to in-school and out-of-school suspension offenses. And with that, I'll pause for any clarifying questions.
Okay, and Madam Clerk, Dr. Jones has informed me that she had to leave the meeting. So if you could just make a note of that in the minutes. Ms. Shipp, you have some clarifying questions?
Yes, I feel this is a clarifying question. I'm asking, are we talking specifically as we look at this, what those resources and programs will look like? Because this is really good. This is so important, maximizing instructional time, looking at behaviors and chronic absenteeism and how we do that. In this piece, are you really looking at some of the practices that are going to be utilized in the school? And are some of these going to be consistent across like grade levels, like maybe K-5 as opposed to 6-8 and 9-12? How are you looking at what you're going to actually implement to support these this particular goal?
So thank you so much. This is LaTarja speaking again. One of our learnings in this process has been that, and we've done a little bit of it here just by virtue of the fact of this meeting, oftentimes we are thinking about student achievement and we think pure academics, but we don't necessarily include discipline and how we infuse that as a part of the overall educational experience, as the overall part of the culture. And so your question, and I may have said, and I probably needed to provide additional context, we're not looking to drop a program in to fix it. What we're looking to do is to really challenge the adults and the children in the buildings to look at how discipline impacts the overall education experience. That is a total shift from the way that we're actually doing it now. So when you think about really engaging kids in learning and there being an opportunity for there to be some redirection, we're looking at identifying how to extend that. And I use the word program, but it is to say that the in-school suspension experience should be aligned and consistent across all grade levels, specifically across all schools, so that we minimize learning loss, but we also increase the opportunity to get their needs met, the social and emotional needs that they may need met.
Thank you. Because my question was about staff, not just the program. Thank you.
Yes.
Other clarifying questions on the time focus area? Margaret Marshall.
This in terms of in terms of trauma-informed care, is that part of restorative practices, or is that really going to be more in student wellness and support?
Thank you. Trauma-informed is definitely student wellness and support.
Okay.
This is Elise Dashu. Of course, a lot of these are interconnected.
They are, they do. Mm-hmm.
Any other clarifying questions before we move on? All right, thanks. Let's go ahead and move on then.
This is Angie Bartles. Next up, we have our academic performance focus area, and Dr. Frank Barnes, our Chief Equity Officer, will represent that for us.
Good evening, and thank you for having me tonight. Suffice it is to say that all of the work you're hearing tonight and other work which isn't a focus area but is part of our daily routines are the sum of what will produce academic performance, not just this particular area. So I wanted to specify that both for you as board members as well as for our listening audience. However, as we look at this particular set of work, we have numerous goals that we're going to have to be able to look at and revisit, as we've talked about in November when last we spoke about our strategic plan. But in any given year, if we have students who come to school with unfinished learning or missing some basic skills, we have to build systems to address that. And given the pandemic conditions that we're teaching in now, this is going to be even more the case in the years to come. So what you see represented here is really a set of key principles and investments we're going to make to outline to make sure that we have the tools, people, and time to ensure that the systems, processes, and practices are in place in every school. As we go forth in this, we're going to need to make sure that for every young person who comes to our schools, that we know who needs the extra help. That it's not just raise your hand, and if you seem to speak up, if you're the squeaky wheel, you get help. But we have to identify those students in a way that's asset-based, not deficit-oriented. We need to make sure that we make the right investments to make sure that there's data-informed decision-making practices and processes at our schools to look at that screening data quickly and regularly, to make sure students get the help they need so that they can best leverage and take advantage of the great teaching that we're going to be able to provide, led by Mr. Kingsley and Dr. Hayes. We're going to need to make sure that we have evidence-based interventions. Ms. Beth Thompson earlier spoke about the work that teams have been doing in excess of a year to research evidence-based interventions in English language arts and in mathematics as early as K on through the secondary grades. It's making sure that not only do we make those investments, but the students are receiving them in the dosage that is recommended by those studies that said that they were evidence-based, that they could work when done with infidelity. And we need to monitor our progress, not just the progress of our students, but making sure that they actually get the intervention, and that if it isn't working, that we don't just do more of the same, but that we do more and different in addition to their core instruction. And all that we're talking about here is not pulling students out of core instruction, but it's a supplement to core instruction. And I also want to recognize Dr. Penn as she was talking about this same set of principles and fundamentals, looking at behavior and student wellness. That is a complement to this. So with that, I'd love to answer any of your clarifying questions and continue on the discussion with you.
All right. Clarifying questions on academic performance. I guess that was very clear. All right, let's move on.
This is Angie Bartles again. For our Health of the District focus area, we'd like to welcome Ms. Carol Stamper, our Deputy Superintendent for Operations, and also Christine Peugeot, our Chief Human Resources Officer.
Good evening again. This is Christine Peugeot. And I first have to say I feel very fortunate to be able to share the stage, or I should say audio, and discuss the health of our district with our outgoing colleague, Carol Stamper, who will be dearly missed. And one of the project areas that we have worked extensively on, along with other cabinet members and staff, is our modernization initiative. We are very eager to continue this project, which has provided a pathway to improve efficiency and move away from really what's can be described as data technology, disparate symptoms, and to transition to a state-of-the-art cloud platform. The streamlining will allow us to dedicate more time and strategy to really moving the needle on student achievement rather than being inundated with manual processes that often really create an environment that's ripe for error and where transactional work takes entirely too much time. All of our stakeholders will have a better experience, and we will be better positioned to be an even more data-driven organization. So next, I'd like to turn it over to Carol.
Good evening. Thank you, Ms. Bajot. For the infrastructure repair and sustainability section, you'll see the first two bullets, preventive maintenance and sustainment of our major capital components of facilities. We are actually having a session on that after the following this presentation. So we will have much more information about that for you. However, just in a high level, those two initiatives will allow us, if we fully fund, I'm sorry, to properly sustain and expand the life of our facilities. The transportation maintenance component is something that we have asked for. I am so sorry.
Ms. Stanford,
yes,
if you need a moment to grab some water, that is perfectly fine.
I will. Thank you so much. And Ms. Bajot, can you carry on?
Absolutely. I'm happy to talk about my favorite topic, which is human capital resources. So first on the list are substitutes, and it's clear that substitutes really compromise a critical component of our workforce, and they also represent a potential pool of applicants for teaching positions in the long term. So we are really looking at ways to strategically enhance our substitute program management through more district-wide initiatives. And speaking of teaching, there's no question that great teaching is tied to having great teachers. And our teachers are doing an amazing job. I mean, whether they are teaching virtually or whether they're in the classroom, I think we cannot say enough and recognize the work that they're doing right now, especially during this pandemic. But we need more of them. And our focus is not just on recruitment of great teachers, but equally, if not more important, on retaining them. So that's why we are excited to continue our work on programs like Teacher Leader Pathways, which is essentially a career ladder for our teachers, our student teaching initiatives, and really our CMS teaching residency program, where we have experienced so much success just in this recent year of enhancing the program and offering it to more people. And it especially helps us with increasing the number of teachers of color, which is very important and one of our priorities here in the district. And I'm not sure if Carol is back with us to talk about the health and safety, but before she comes back, I also want to highlight how the pandemic has shed light on the importance of health and wellness, not only for our students, but our staff. I mean, employers across the globe are grappling with this and trying to identify new ways that we can support our employees. So to that end, we are committed to increasing those resources to promote wellness for all CMS staff.
Thank you, Ms. Bajot. And hopefully I am back, and I so apologize, board and the viewing public, for fading out there for a moment. I want to jump back to the transportation maintenance facilities in the infrastructure and sustainability. This is probably the 15th year, if not a lot more, that we have requested and much needed facilities for two of our bus staging areas, so we can have enclosed, safe and healthy environments for our technicians and other support staff for our buses to be repaired and maintained. Right now, a lot of the work on these buses are being done in all elements of the environment, regardless of whether it's a sunny day, a rainy day, or very, very cold. And it is time for us to support this. And I encourage you and plead that we once and for all consider the building of these two facilities, which are much deserved and needed for that staff. The health and safety item at the bottom of your presentation here, the district-wide PPE and other supplies, we are asking for the continuation of best practices actually that we have established this year in support of the CDC and the NCDHHS guidelines as a result of our COVID event for enhanced cleaning and provisioning of our PPE and other products and supplies for our students and staff. This is something that is a learned, I think is a best practice, and we need to continue this. In addition, we need to continue our daily staff and student symptom screening, and that should move into next year as well. So we need the funding to support our Qualtrics symptom screening process. The last item here are security enhancements. As you are aware, we have been, we started some while back with $19.3 million worth of work to enhance the security and the safety of our buildings for our students and our staff and our visitors that come into our school buildings. We are asking to continue that, and this next phase of work for these security enhancements will really be to continue to replace some of the, believe it or not, worn out and obsolete equipment, such as our camera servers. And we need to enhance the doors in our middle schools and continue the phased work for our elementary schools as well. So that will be the next phase of work that we need for our security and safety of our buildings.
All right. Do we have any clarifying questions on health of the district? Ms. De La Hara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two HR related questions for Ms. Peugeot. Earlier, I spoke to Dr. Penn about, or she answered my question about the challenges of finding bilingual staff. And you mentioned in your presentation that one of the priorities is to hire more staff of color. You maybe said teachers, but of course I know that includes counselors and others, and not always, but certainly sometimes speakers of other language can also be bilingual folks can also be employees of color. Are there specific avenues that we have to try to attract talent that we can pursue that maybe have not been pursued before to try to attract the bilingual talent that we need?
Yes, there are. So we have several different campaigns, and we really, to your point, we can no longer rely on traditional methods of recruitment, because unfortunately, with the decline of people who are going into colleges of education and not such a very diverse pool at all, if we just simply relied on that, we'd really be stuck and we wouldn't be making progress in that regard. So our initiatives run across the gamut, from all things such as partnering with community organizations that are Latinx focused. And you're right, it's not just for teachers, it's for all positions across the board. Targeting specific job fairs or hosting certain events where we advertise specifically in different communities to make sure that we attract a diverse pool of candidates. And even with the opportunity to have virtual teachers, which is something that we're continuing to talk about. And again, this is on the teaching side, but by carving out positions that are virtual and hiring more educators and bringing them in even on a part-time basis, when we don't have the geographic challenges, it allows us to continue to diversify as well. I mentioned CMS teaching residency, and that is very important because that is where we specifically go to professionals and outside industries and recruit them into teaching. We train them, we support them, we help them get their licensure. So again, we're doing a little bit better on our non-instructional side. So I think that's why I talk a lot about teachers in terms of the number of employees of color. We still have some work to do on all facets, but yes, I feel like we can provide you outside of this avenue too, more answers to your questions about what specifically we're doing to recruit. And I'm happy to do that and have a conversation with you offline.
That would be great. And then my second question is related to a comment Ms. Shirley made this earlier this evening about estimated 4,000 kindergarten students that did not enroll. And I know some may have chosen another option or homeschool. I know sometimes parents choose to
Wrap that up real quick if you want. Wrap up your question real quick.
I'm just wondering if many parents chose to hold their kindergartner back, hoping to come back the next year. Are we looking to maybe hire more kindergarten teachers in anticipation that we might have an influx of even more kindergarten students who maybe parents have chosen that route?
Yes, we are very cognizant of what's happening now with student enrollment. So we are keeping a close eye on that. And even though we have experienced a decrease, we still want to be prepared in the event we have some pivots in that area. So we are looking to other funding sources to be able to see if we can provide that same level of staffing, if not more, to carry us through next year. But it's something that we're continuing to monitor closely and shift accordingly as we get more information.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Before I move on to more clarifying questions, I do need to let the clerk know that Mr. Sean Strain has also had to drop off the meeting. He had a family emergency that he needs to attend to. So it's very unusual to have two board members drop off in one night. But just if you could reflect that in your minutes. He did share some feedback that I'm going to share on his behalf when we get to that section. But Ms. Byers-Bailey, I understand you've got a clarifying question.
Yes, thank you. And it was triggered by a phone call I received this afternoon just before closed session from a young lady who wanted to come to CMS and work as a student aide or a teacher assistant, and she could not figure out where on the website to even find the job, to find if there were any positions available. Could you help explain to the public, Ms. Pujote, where people can come, because there are apparently people out there that are not even getting the advertisements that you're sending out.
Absolutely. So we have all of our job postings listed on our website. And if you click, I believe there's even a link on the front page, but if not, you can find the career link under the Human Resources tab. But more to your point, the information that we shared about modernization speaks directly to this. We need to make it easier for all of our stakeholders, and stakeholders include our potential teachers, our potential bus drivers, people who are interested in employment with us. And part of the modernization program is allowing us to launch a new state-of-the-art applicant tracking system, which is just a fancy term for how you apply, or your application system. So it's going to be much more easier for employees to be able to navigate that, because I agree that we have had some confusion. And in the meantime, we just encourage people to call our office directly. We have several staff on hand who can assist people and navigate them through that process. We have a recruitment team that is absolutely fantastic. So I would encourage anybody who's running into problems after they've looked at the website to see where they can apply, to just call somebody and our numbers are listed on the HR page as well. And we are more than happy to assist and guide them through the process.
Okay, so instead of calling me, they can call you.
Yes, they can call me. They can call we have human capital partners who are assigned by region that help not only their partners who are internal to CMS and the hiring managers, but they also work directly with candidates. And again, we have a fantastic recruitment team. So that information is available in the contacts on our webpage, but you can always, Ms. Byers-Bailey, you can always forward those inquiries to me, and I'm happy to take care of them as quickly as possible.
Thank you.
Any other clarifying questions on health of the district? Okay. Ms. Bartels, I will send it back to you.
Madam Chair, that was our final focus area for tonight. So I believe we're ready to move on to the protocol of the warm and cool feedback. My teammate Julia Baker-Jones will be capturing the notes from this meeting, and we'll be sharing them with the champions and team leads of the focus area teams, as well as the folks who are working with them. So the board's feedback can be incorporated moving forward.
And Ms. Bartels, you might do a better job than I at explaining what we mean by warm feedback and what we mean by cool feedback. So before we go into the warm feedback, could you kind of introduce that for us?
Yes, I'm happy to. So the warm feedback, this is a time where we would ask board members to share their areas of alignment or agreement with anything they heard across the focus areas. So there are some question stems that you might keep in mind, or some answer stems, I should say. It might be things that seem important to you, or things that you want to make sure we keep, or focus area teams continue to elevate. you also might think, considering the targeted outcomes in the strategic plan, you appreciate, and then kind of couch your feedback that way. So again, in summary, just areas of alignment and agreement with what you heard tonight across the 6 areas.
Okay. Do you all need a moment to kind of gather your thoughts on what you've just heard, or is there anyone who's ready to go right now with warm feedback? I see Ms. Sawyer and then Ms. Ship.
Well, I have a question. Are we doing warm feedback based on each of the sections in turn or in global sense?
Ms. Sawyer, like when I turn to you, if you could just give me your warm feedback on, well, Ms. Bartles, what do you think is most effective?
I think if you saw overall themes across the 6 areas, it's very helpful to hear that feedback. But then if there were specific elements within any of the focus areas, if you want to call those out, that's helpful too. So the teams will look at this individually, like with their groups, and then we will look as a cabinet team across all the feedback as we move forward and kind of make decisions later in the process. So short answer, both is helpful.
Ms. Sawyer?
Then I'll give it a try. I was pleased to see in multiple sections either a direct reference or indirect application of looking at the issues through a race and power and equity lens. Race, power, and bias, both in our great teaching section and certainly within the time section. So I appreciate that being spelled out. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Ship and then Ms. Cheek. Ms. Ship?
I think that's what I saw, and I think it's very important, and I thank you for that, is this goal of human capital, human resources. It's the people that make it work in a school. And I think the theme throughout was effective teachers, hiring more staff or looking at staff that will support teaching and learning. So I was glad to see that in great teaching. It was mentioned hiring and retaining teachers. It was mentioned at the end again, hiring and retaining staff, teachers of color, bilingual teachers. And I think that's very important that we are not looking at just programs, but we're looking at what it takes to make it happen. And it is the people. It is the people that are in the professional development, effectively trained, the right match to do the work in the school. So I think that that's a theme I saw throughout, and I think that's good, and we need to continue that in our budget.
Okay, Ms. Cheek, and then Ms. De La Hara, then Ms. Marshall.
So is this, and I apologize, for some reason my video will not come back on. It says that the host has stopped my video. So I'm kind of screenless here. Okay, the co-host has asked to start. There we go. We'll see if that'll work. And I'm in the dark. So there we go. It's not figuratively, just literally. Is this warm feedback or cold feedback or both?
We're on warm feedback right now. And we see
All
you.
right. I think the warm feedback that I would offer is that consistency across the work areas and focus areas. I do see the same things. Chip said the ideal cold item offer.
You're breaking up, Ms. Cheek.
A good old country internet here.
I think we may have lost her. So Ms. De La Hara, I will go to you, and hopefully Ms. Cheek can log back in.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very pleased to see in several areas under great teaching and academic performance the mention of supplemental and intensive interventions and a focus there on expanding And I guess to tie it to Miss Cheek's point, Miss Ship's point about great people, I guess what I would look for is to see how we tie that to the human resources, how we're going to strategically look to provide the appropriate supplemental and intensive interventions, and what type of resources, making that connection with strategic hiring to that goal. I'm also pleased to see the focus on restorative practices as we relate to time in school. Was there something else warm? Oh, of course, just the focus on social and emotional health, particularly coming hopefully off the back end of this pandemic. And I just think that the strength there in several areas is well pointed. So thank you.
Ms. Marshall?
Thank you, Margaret Marshall here. I similarly had, as Ms. De La Hora, very warm vibes about student wellness and how that was laid out again with restorative practices. That's just going to be a really key thing as our students come back in the building and as we're going full time as soon as we can for next year, certainly as well. The academic performance piece, also, I'm going to have some warm and cold just because I think that we know that's so important, and I do know that has specifically been called out. Got a lot of Swiss cheese learning, so we're going to have to figure out what our students don't know and how to then bolster that up. So I appreciate all the work done in academic performance as well. Thank you.
I see Ms. Cheek, you're back. Would you like to share your feedback again? And Ms. Kelly, if you could kind of reset her clock.
I'm so sorry. I'm here by myself, so nobody's streaming or gaming. It's just some kind of bad internet night going on. No, my feedback was the consistency across the lines about good teaching, professional development. My biggest feedback would be, and it was very hard for me to read. I had to do what Miss Marshall had a great idea. She got on her iPad, and then I could make the font as large as possible to read. White with light blue lettering is not a good readable font on the computer at night. So, especially with my eyes. My biggest thing is taking each one of those items and then tying it to exactly what the expected outcome will be. And perhaps that's part of our plan moving forward. Because right now we just kind of are saying what it is. And I think we have to be very specific. We heard a lot from our county commissioners that they want to know what we're going to do to change things, and they want specifics, and they want to know, like, if we do hire those additional social workers for middle school, what exactly do we anticipate the impact of that be on academic achievement? So I think we're going to have to kind of get everything circling back to academic achievement across the board. There's a lot of kind of squishy words in there for me, though. A little bit of eduspeak going on, and that for a non-educator, for the general public, words like provisioning and things like that seem a lot like very lofty and a little not really connecting to our community that well. So I just would be careful with our verbiage to make sure that it's the language of the common folks of us out here that are not educators. All right, that's it.
Any more warm feedback? Things that you want to emphasize, lift up, particular alignment that you appreciate? Okay. Ms. Bartles, can you explain the cool feedback before we go to that round?
Certainly. This is Angie Bartles. So for the cool feedback, this would be possible disconnects or gaps that you saw throughout the presentations tonight or in any one area specifically. Also things that you'd like to lift up for teams to explore as they continue their work and for our cabinet team to explore as they begin to make decisions and prioritization. So a couple prompt stems for you, if they're helpful, would be, I wonder if. An additional one would be one way to more closely align the purpose is, and then a last one is the team may consider exploring. So again, cool feedback focused on disconnects, gaps, misalignment, and things that teams should continue to explore or think about.
Okay, Ms. Sawyer and then Ms. Ship.
Sawyer. I'm wondering if the team has considered how we deploy human resources in our school buildings and ensure that we have, of course, we want all teachers to be highly effective, but until we do, how do we make sure that our team members are distributed in a way to serve the students who need them most? So that's one. And we've talked, there's been a lot of sort of mumbling and grumbling about reimagining education. You know, we've had a sort of reset, you know, hopefully once in a lifetime year. But has the team thought expansively about what fundamental changes we might need? Everything from, you know, maybe it's time to shift away from an agrarian calendar of 10-month school year to a 12-month school year and 12-month employees, or radical shifts in class sizes. I mean, we have some huge and unacceptable gaps. What would it take to close those rapidly? You know, have we imagined what it would be if we said, okay, we're going to have some class sizes that are 1 to 8, and we're going to see in, you know, these circumstances, in these X schools or in these X classrooms, whether we can accelerate learning to the point that we can really close gaps. And to do that, thank you.
Okay, so then Ms. Ship and then Ms. De La Hara. I mean, I'm sorry, Ms. Byers-Bailey. Ms. Ship and then Ms. Byers-Bailey.
I think for me, I'm constantly thinking about reading because nothing happens without reading. And I'm kind of like what Ms. Sawyer is saying, we got to really think about how do we reimagine this core basic structure of how do we teach reading? Because we hear that constantly when we think about this strategic plan and making sure we're talking about what really is the goals, what is it that we really need to do? And one thing we really need to do is teach reading, and that's across the board. So how do we do that? So I think we need to really be talking about what strategies are we using, what materials are we using, how are we making sure that across the district there are highly effective teachers in every school, whether we're talking about turnaround programs to support, making sure that's happening at every school. What are we doing? So that's for me a biggie. I could name so many programs that we've had that have been successful in teaching reading. I hope that we're looking at those. And one of the big things is teaching, utilizing data to drive instruction. That's what makes the difference. And I hope we've talked about how we're doing professional development on data-driven instruction. How do we disaggregate data so we know where every child is and move them on that continuum? I think we really got to work on that in every school.
Let's see, Ms. Byers-Bailey and then Ms. De La Hara.
Thank you. This is Thelma Byers Bailey here. I've been thinking about, we've got a student, he comes to school on Monday and he's working on a program to enhance where he is and get him to where he needs to be. And then in the afternoon, he gets passed to somebody else in a group, some group after school setting. And then in weekends and evenings, he goes to some tutoring class. But is anybody from the morning telling the person that works with him in the afternoon and in the evening and on the weekends, well, we did this and he's here now, and so now he needs to work on this? Is there one plan going forward with one student across the various people that are trying to effect progress in this one child's life? That's one thing that I've problem that I you can go from here to there, but if you don't know what's been done, you don't know what needs to be done next. The other thing that bothers me is before the pandemic hit, we had some juniors and seniors who were on target to do great things. They had worked their whole high school career, had great grades. They were academically on target to get these awards and things. The pandemic hit, and where are they going to go now? Their grades tanked. The progress, the goal that they were after, what they were going to do when they graduated, when they stepped across that stage and went to the next thing, they're no longer prepared for it because they didn't get to finish the program they started out. Are we thinking about anything to help these students get on to over the hump of what they missed in either their junior or senior year, so they can get on to whatever the next CTE program was that they were headed for, or whatever college that they were trying to get to?
Okay, thank you. So let's see, next we have Ms. De La Hara and then Ms. Marshall.
So obviously tonight, a few times it came up about the use of interpreters, and I am just wondering, has the team considered the process by which we evaluate the current companies or external organizations we use to provide interpretation and translation services, and what that would look like to evaluate their effectiveness, et cetera? And also, has the team considered how we might engage community members, particularly for, let's say, more obscure languages, to be able to expand those services? And then lastly, I think my question would be, on slide 4, and you don't have to pull it up, but just for reference, the one that says access to advanced coursework, we list advanced placement, IB courses, and then at the end we have career and technical education. Certainly we speak a lot in our organization about all the work we've done towards certifications and marketing and coding and careers that lead to the trades. Might we consider moving career and technical education up on that list just for the visual sake, because it doesn't necessarily need to be at the bottom under IB and dual enrollment. And it's just a thought for the optics that is equally as important as we often talk about. So might we consider a change in the placement of CTE?
Okay, Ms. Marshall, and then I will turn to our student advisor, Ms. Fowler. So Ms. Marshall.
Thank you, Margaret Marshall here. One thing that is really heavy in terms of, I'm going to put all this in terms of academic support, is emphasis on this summer. And I know that some of that is out of our, well, it's going to be very much in our control, but we don't know what type of funding the legislature is going to provide, but I do know that they are interested in this. So I want to hear pretty quickly what we are thinking about for summer remediation and how many students we can catch up in that number. And then again, I think some folks have mentioned this, to marry great teaching and academic performance there together, be very specific in our great teaching. There's a lot of really good stuff here. but to really quantify what we're going to get out of that as we're going forward to present to our county partners and into the general public too, what this really means in terms of advancement. But we know we're going to have that academic performance piece to tell us where the gaps are and what we need to do. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Fowler, we need to hear the student perspective on the cool feedback.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Dashew. One of the main questions that I had was, I saw that we were talking a lot about our ISS and our suspension rates. However, our suspension rates in CMS, as you can see in our metrics, are very disproportional with students of color. And I just want to keep that in mind whenever we are thinking about the academics or how we're going to approach the student. We need to also think about the remediation that we need to take in order to keep our metrics equitable when going for our suspension rates, because it's not just the colored students or people of color that are doing these horrendous things to get suspended. I think that we need to keep in mind how we should decrease our suspension rates, and then we can have good production on how to help these students.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Strain sent me some feedback before he had to leave the meeting, and I told him I would read this on his behalf. So here we go. He says, "These are all good, but there are two fundamental items I have not seen reflected in these presentations. One, we have to assume at this point that enrollment will hold at a drop of 5% from our 2019 to 2020 ADM figures. Two, our students have been negatively impacted in academics, social, emotional, and mental health areas like we have never experienced. All of this is great strategic planning, but we must," and he has must in all caps, "acknowledge and reflect these items as we develop a 2021-2022 budget." So that is feedback from Mr. Strain. And I'll share my feedback now. A little bit of warm feedback. I'm really glad to see the specific connections to our strategic plan. I think that's really helpful as we build out the budget and as we communicate the budget and as we follow through with it and the future steps. I understand that we will be fleshing this out into more detail and talking about the measurable goals and how we'll be tracking those in more detail in kind of future steps. But I'm really glad to see that. As far as cool feedback, I'll echo what a few colleagues said. I do think there's, we're really eager to get a handle on what summer learning is going to look like, and really that rebuilding from assessing where the gaps are in learning, both in the summer and in the coming school year, and where we need to rebuild. I know our community partners stand ready to coordinate with us in summer learning, and I hope that we'll have a good, solid plan for that as well, which I assume is going to be part of the budget. Of course, when we're working with the community partners, we're leveraging resources, community resources, so it's not all our budget, but it is something that we need to be prepared to do. As far as just the how we present the budget, how we share the budget with the community, I will echo what Ms. Cheek said about the more we can put this into plain English, the better off we'll be. Also echo what Ms. De La Hara said about, I think the work that we're doing with CTE is so impactful and so important that let's not, file it away at the bottom where it might get forgotten, at least in the community, if not in our own schools. And overall, I mean, I think this is, let me switch back to warm. This is consistent. This budget is building upon what we implemented in the current year's budget, in the previous year's budget. And I think that consistency is important. I think we've got the right goals and we're moving in the right direction, with a lot more work to do. And the pandemic doesn't mean that we should stop and blow up our strategic plan. We have to continue the work regardless of the pandemic, but it certainly does change the urgency of the work, and it definitely certainly has changed how we've approached the work this year, and I'm sure next year as we rebuild, and I'm optimistic that we'll be getting back to normal and rebuilding, but that year will be different as well. So thank you. With that, I will turn it back over to you, I believe, Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I do know that we have another portion of the budget work session to dive into next. Did not know, Madam Chair, if you or board members wanted a brief break or if you wanted to move directly into that portion of the work session.
Let's give everyone a sense of what's coming up. So we're talking about, this is a presentation from Ms. Stamper, right? And then after that, we'll talk about what's ahead with the budget process, and then we'll be done, right?
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
And do you know roughly how long we're expecting from Ms. Stamper's presentation?
If I know Ms. Stamper as well as I think I do, I think she can move relatively quickly and answer any questions along with staff on her team that board members may have. But I think she can get through it relatively quickly.
Hey, board members, do you want to press on through, or do you need a quick 5-minute break? Everyone's saying press on through. Okay.
With that, Ms. Stamper, I am going to I'm not going to press through. I'm going to toss it to you.
Thank you very much, and good evening again, Madam Chair, board members, and Mr. Superintendent. I know that the evening has become very long, and also if someone could please put the presentation up on the screen. I think Ms. Kelly, if you can handle that for me, that would be awesome, because I don't have it memorized just yet, and it would be helpful for our viewing public and the board members to see that. Just as a point of background and what we are going to do, this is an introduction tonight. This is not going to be a very long, drawn out presentation on all of our facility sustainment and preventive needs, but it is going to provide you an overview. Two things. It's going to give you where we are in our current 5-year plan, which, if you recall, began in fiscal year 2017. This is the 5th year and the sunset year on that particular sustainment plan. And then we are also going to introduce to you our forecasted 5-year plan beginning fiscal year 22 through fiscal year 26. Ms. Kelly, do you have that presentation? And as she's pulling that up, I'm going to go ahead and get started in consideration of time for the background. Just quickly, if you remember, many of you were probably community members, or you maybe have even been serving on our board, like Ms. Lennon or Ms. Cheek and others. Thank you, Ms. Kelly. And if you could go to the next slide. In the late 1990s and the early 2000s, multiple requests of our county commissioners, we went and requested fully funding our comprehensive sustainment and preventive maintenance, which we call PM plans. Those requests resulted in minimal and intermittent funding commitments. We did not get a full, consistent commitment. And someone asked the other day, how did we get to where we are? in our kind of our lack of maintenance or deferred maintenance. This is primarily what resulted in that intermittent and non-fully funded plans over time. In 2014-15, Building Services rolled up the sleeves, and we developed and presented 5-year proactive facility sustainment and preventive maintenance plans. Board, we presented to you or the board members at that time on December the 8th, 2015. And then we carried it across the street, as I call it, to the Board of County Commissioners on February the 9th of 2016. In summary, that projected 5-year sustainment plan equal to approximately $150 million, or an average about $30 million annually that we would need to fully sustain and do the proper sustainment and life cycle replacements for our buildings. The projected annual PM at that time reflected a need of about $16.9 million, or over a 5-year period, $84.5 million. We were pleased and we were very grateful. In June of 2016, our Mecklenburg County Commissioners did commit $18 million of the $30 million that we really did need and we had presented, but we are grateful for the $18 million per year, or over the life of 5 years, $90 million for us to be able to do work in our deferred maintenance category and our sustainment projects. Just as a reminder, this past year in our 2021 budget, the county commissioners did reduce that $18 million to $13 million. So overall, that $90 million has been reduced to $85 million. But I don't want to discount our appreciation to the county commissioners for that money, because it has definitely helped us make progress in the condition of our buildings. We did not, however, receive any recurrent commitment for our preventive maintenance projects. Next slide. If you recall, board members, and I think we shared with you just recently, in 2014, our Council of Great City Schools released a very, very important study. It was entitled Reversing the Cycle of Deterioration in the Nation's Public School Buildings. This study pointed out really, really key things about what is the correlation between the condition of our buildings, and why is it so important that we have committed, and I will emphasize consistent funding to maintain and sustain. You'll see in the italics under the first bullet, there is a definite correlation, we feel, in student achievement and the condition of our school buildings. Board members, we have talked about that so much this school year, particularly in light of this COVID, air quality, and other things that are so important for the learning and teaching and healthy and safe environments in our classrooms. Secondly, I feel like that we have a due diligence to our taxpayers and to our community members that came out many times to our voting polls, and they approved our bonds and they entrust in us to make certain that we are maintaining and sustaining our buildings in proper order to extend the life of the facilities to its life expectancy. Many of our schools are still standing after 50 and 60 years. And just think about the numbers of students that have been served in those buildings, in those classrooms. And we need to do due diligence. And in order to do that, what do we need? We need that committed and consistent funding for sustainment and preventive maintenance. If we have that full funding, it absolutely minimizes the premature failure of buildings and equipment. Next slide, please. So there's basically 3 categories of work. I don't want to discount that or make that seem simple, but there's 3 categories of work in our building services and our maintenance staff undergoes every day. One is facility sustainment. That is keeping up with the life cycle replacement and the major repairs of those major components within your building. Think about your own home. You have major components in your own home that you need, you just know over time, you're going to need to replace them. Your roof, your HVAC. If you have a concrete driveway, you may have to have it resurfaced. Those are the same things that occur in our school buildings. Number 2, preventive maintenance. This is probably, if not as important as facility sustainment, Mr. Berman, who is our executive director of our building services, will tell you that this is the most important thing, that we need to have fully funding so we can keep up with those scheduled tasks. Another quick example, your car. If you do proper and regular maintenance, preventive maintenance on your car, it will extend the life of your car. You get your oil changes, your filter changes, you check your fluids, and your car will run better and it will operate, and you will not have those major failures prematurely for the most part. That is the category of work here. Thirdly, we do have unplanned maintenance. Things happen. On a daily basis, we get in work orders from our clients, our customers in the schools, and said, hey, this just happened in our school. Can you come out and fix it? And that's what we do. And we respond to those service calls. And we do have some emergencies, and we take care of those in a very timely basis. Next slide, please. So what was included in our 2017-2021 sustainment plan? I'll just remind again, this is the 5th year. The sun sets on the commitment from our county commissioners this year, this spring. We need to make certain that we try hard to partner with them, and we look forward to them continuing this support for proper sustainment. So this particular 5-year plan, as I mentioned earlier, estimated about $151 million worth of work that we laid out at every school in every category of major components in our buildings. Next slide, please. So the question may be asked, okay, how are we doing? This slide will reflects the funding of our sustainment plan over the last 5 years, and I will include this, we say last 5, but this is the 5th year. Once we complete this year, which work we anticipate will be completed by December of 2021, we will have touched projects in varying scope of work at 169 schools with the funding that we have been able to utilize in alignment with this plan. I'll go through this one by one. In total, we have completed, or we will complete in 2021, projects valuing $107.9 million. That's $107.9 million of the projected need of 150.6. The two categories that you see under that, county provided sustainment funding, $85 million. Remember, I referenced that earlier. And then other funding sources, including our annual capital outlay, we have utilized $22.9 million. Just as a reminder, each year we get somewhere around $4 to $4.5 million in capital outlay money, which we obviously will push towards our sustainment plan projects and also any emergency type needs that come up for capital needs, such as a boiler going out or a chiller going out that we did not necessarily have in the sustainment plan. So those two buckets of money, 85 million and 22.9, total the 107.9 million that we have already completed. Things occur and things change. Board, we know that well, right? Over year to year. So this plan, remember, was developed in 2014-15, was prior to the final list of capital improvement projects, which resulted in our bond referendum. So there were some schools that were on that original sustainment plan that we did not need to do the sustainment work because they became part of the 2017 bond project. So such as Statesville Road Elementary School. So we now have demolished that building and we rebuilt on that property. We also have not completed sustainment work that may have been projected for some of our leased buildings. And we have also sold some of our properties. The combination of those totaled around $7 million that was in the original sustainment plan that we did not spend. So that kind of comes off the top, if you will. Did we have enough money to do all of the projects? No, we did not. We knew we were not, but I think you can see that we have done very, very well to try to make progress, and it is showing up in the reduction of work orders, by the way, and our unplanned work. And the more that we can get fully funding for our preventive maintenance plan, you will see on an average basis per year, the amount that we need to sustain our buildings will start coming down because we are properly maintaining them. So we are carrying forward approximately $35.7 million of estimated work into the next phase of 5-year projections of work. And at this time, next slide, please, Nicole. And at this time, I will turn to Fakhar Shabazz, who is the Director of Maintenance, and he will take you through our projection for the next 5 years of need for both our sustainment and our preventive maintenance plans. Thank you, Fakhar.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, Board Chair, Vice Chair, Board members, Superintendent. My name is Fakhar Shabazz. I'm the Director of Maintenance, as Ma'am Carol mentioned. I have the honor to present before you our next 5 years facility sustainment and the preventative maintenance needs. This slide explains or summarizes our next 5-year need in these two categories, which is the preventative maintenance plan. We need around 14.4 million of annual funding that totals to around 72 million over next 5 years. And in the sustainment plan, we would need an average of 33.6 million, totaling to 168.2 million. So if we combine both these categories, in total annual average funding requirement comes to around 48 million, and in 45-year, we need 240 million. This 5-year model, this is continually will be assessed and updated on an annual basis. And these variables include an updated facility assessment, the replacement cycle of the systems, the building utilization rate, the preventative maintenance findings, the rate of new construction, more square footage associated with that, and the funding level from the previous years, which is the deferred maintenance. Next slide, please. So our facility sustainment plan has been worked out based on different facility sustainment components. These are 7 categories in which we have we evaluated and assessed each building, and this provides a systematic and detailed approach for each CMS building, and this has resulted in informing us about the annual sustainment funding models. In the previous 5-year sustainment plan, we had not included the mobile classrooms and mobile restroom renovations, but we strongly felt that this is an essential need because we receive a lot of complaints and operational emergency work orders related to this category. So this year, we have included this mobile classrooms and mobile restrooms renovations category to the previously 16 facility sustainment components that were in our previous 5-year plan. Next slide, please. This is the total projected facility sustainment requirement for the financial year 22 through to financial year 2026. And this pie chart shows how much we are projecting over the 5 years under each facility component. For instance, HVAC, we need 25.1 million. For athletic facilities, we are asking for 19.6 million. And like mobiles, we need 17.3 million, and all other categories are as shown on the view file. And all these costs, these are projected. Next slide, please. So the preventative maintenance, annually approximately 2.1 million is spent by CMS on critical PM services as prioritized from our operating budget. And those are the essential PM preventive maintenance needs that are must in order to sustain the operations. Those include the fire safety services, the sprinkler, the fire alarm monitoring, the elevator, surveillance cameras, swimming pools, and some of the others are listed below. We are fortunate to have received one-time funding from the Mecklenburg County in the amount of $5 million in last financial year. And we received 2.82 million of operating funding support for the preventative maintenance for this financial year to address some of our PM needs. However, this still falls short of our annual projected need of 14.4 million. Next slide, please. So this is our annual preventative maintenance need. And by funding this need, CMS will be able to impact all schools with various types of preventative maintenance needs. This will provide a better environment for the students and staff, will provide increased time between capital replacements, and getting closer to moving from a reactive model to a predictive or a proactive model. The same system component categories, we identified the preventative maintenance needs for each category. And this annual total annual need comes to 14.42 million. Next slide, please. I do want to re-emphasize on this facility sustainment and preventative maintenance needs. If CMS receives full funding to support these plans ongoing, it is expected that over the time it would result in decreased frequency of disruptions to delivering instructional programs, increased funding to allow for the preventative and regular maintenance, minor and capital repairs, and capital system and component replacements that are needed to extend the life of the facility to achieve its projected life expectancy. And this would obviously result in minimized premature failure of buildings and equipment, requiring significant and often unbudgeted capital expenditures. This is the same what Carol said, that we spend today and we save for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shabazz. Madam Chair, we are stand ready to provide any clarifications or answer any questions. As I mentioned, this was a brief overview for tonight. That was the purpose of this, to give you an idea of the plan that our staff has worked so strategically to put together. And I think it's important for our viewing public to know that we are as invested in wanting our teaching and learning spaces in our schools to be healthy and safe as our teachers and everyone else. I think it's also important that our county commissioners, if they happen to be listening tonight at this late hour, to know that we are ready to discuss with them through the board and through our superintendent the needs that we need to continue our sustainment and proper preventive maintenance of our school buildings. Thank you for the opportunity to present this tonight.
Board members, do you have questions about preventative maintenance and sustainment funding and the need for the funding for that going forward? Ms. Marshall?
Just real briefly, I really appreciate the breakdowns that you've done between preventive maintenance and sustainment plan. I mean, you've really gone, I mean, it's to the dollar. So we know what we need to get this. I think in terms of what we're going to need to talk about this to commissioners, we're probably going to have to put some names here to say, in your district, this is what this means for your district. This is what this means for this school. and this will save us from having to come for a bond to you to replace an entire school. So I think we're really I'd like us to sort of direct that. I know we've done that in the past with our bond ask, but to be able to talk about things specifically and what we want to do there, and then emphasize the dollar preventive maintenance can save $4 of future expenditure. So this is really good work. Thank you for beginning this, and I think we can really package this to make our case.
Ms. Marshall, just to put your mind to rest, every bit of that detail exists by year, by component, by school.
Okay.
So it can be filtered and sliced and diced, however you feel, the board feels, or the superintendent feels, would be helpful and beneficial to move forward in that detail of work.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
That's good to know. Ms. Cheek.
Thank you. And Carol, it's such a pleasure, and I'm getting sad. This is the last time you'll be presenting to us, really. I remember you and I sitting around about sewage running down hallways back in the early 2000s and all kinds of things. So my question about preventative maintenance, my spouse is actually a maintenance mechanic at a large manufacturing facility here in the area. And I wondered if you might have the data or might have the data available to see where we are with the amount of square footage, all of that we have in comparison to industry standard for budgeting preventative maintenance. Just a thought that might be our county commissioners would see, and that would resonate. Where do we compare with other school districts, but other organizations that have a lot of moving parts and things that have preventative maintenance to them? 169 schools and all the facilities we have, that's a lot of air filters and different things like that. So just a thought that if we could maybe find a way to tie that in. We've long talked about how our property management costs are greatly lower than a lot of the like county, frankly, and other organizations. So just a thought about that. I was just wondering where we stack up against other organizations with our preventative maintenance. And I think the explanation is great. And $1 spent now is $2 saved in the future. So thank you. And I just so appreciate you, and I'm gonna miss you.
Thank you, Ms. Cheek. I appreciate you, and thank you for that input. And I guarantee you that the team will move forward and have some of those comparisons made for you.
And I think it's $1 saved now is $1 spent now is $4 saved in the future.
Right, it is, and who knows, with inflation, it could be even more than that, but it certainly has held true. So thank you again for your input, Ms. Cheek.
Any more questions or input, board members? Oh, Ms. Shipp.
I just want to say that this, I think, is well done. Thank you. It really lays it out for us what it means to have preventative and sustainable measures. And having been in, I can't even say how many schools in my time, and also working with you, Ms. Stamper, I know you know, and I know the work that we've done over the years. And it is so hard when we see facilities that are in poor condition. And I think that messaging of every child, every staff member deserves to be in a building that is conducive to teaching and learning. And this is part of the working conditions too that we talk about. And I think this makes all the difference. If we can continue to be preventative and sustain, we won't see the things that we've seen in the past and how buildings have really gotten to a point where we can't even sustain them anymore. We need a total replacement. So I think that this is really great work. And I am gonna probably miss hearing your voice after so many years. And thank you. And also Mr. Shabazz, the work that you've done as well with this. I think I'm pronouncing your name right, Shabazz?
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you both. This is really good.
Anybody else? All right. Yes, thank you too, Mr. Shabazz. You've done great work for us.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, Mr. Superintendent, I'm going to hand it back over to you now.
Well, Madam Chair, board members, I know it has been a long evening. I want to thank Carol and her team for the presentation and the thoroughness of the presentation as well. At this particular point in time, if you are like me, then you probably want to know specifically as it relates to the operational budget, what comes next. And so I just want to just share for a moment, and I will be very brief, that, here's what you can expect as we move forward. So at our next budget work session, which is scheduled for February the 23rd, we expect to share specific information about particular investments needed to accomplish this work that you have begun to hear about this evening. We'll come back with a little bit more detail than we were able to share with you tonight, although we shared lots of information with you, and I know that you're probably on brain overload right now, but we will come back with some more specifics to share with you at our next budget work session. But I do want to thank our entire team. Too many individuals to name, but I do want to lift up our focus area teams. I want to lift up Miss Sheila Shirley, Miss Angie Bartles, Miss Carol Stamper, and Miss Kathy Elling. To both of you, this is your last hurrah, and we will miss you. And you've got a few more days with us, so we're not letting you go just yet. But with that, Madam Chair, that concludes my remarks.
All right, thank you. So I look forward to the next round of this where we'll get into, as you said, more specifics with priorities, just sort of a deeper dive into, the overview that we saw tonight, so we can get a sense of like what this concrete budget is really going to look like. I feel like right now we're talking about what kind of a cake we're going to bake and what the ingredients are. And, the next step will be actually mixing it all together, I guess, as opposed to some years where it's just been a fully baked cake that was brought to the board. So appreciate this shift in board engagement earlier in the process. I do think our next workshop, due to this is a lot of work. I think it would work well as a standalone meeting. I've gotten some feedback on that from board members as we've been meeting tonight. So probably a standalone workshop as opposed to combined with the rest of the business of the board. All right. So with that, I think we're done. Good work. Thanks everybody for hanging in there, staff and board. It's a lot of work tonight. I will now entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move we adjourn.
Second.
All right. And before we go to the vote for this, I also want to wish our board clerk, Ms. Blakeney, a very happy birthday. Her birthday was actually yesterday, but we'll be celebrating her all month if we do things Thelma Byers-Bailey style. And all in favor of the motion to adjourn, please raise your hands and say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you, everybody. We are adjourned.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good night.